out in this conference. I know we are not the same levels, all of us. There are those who started just 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 1 year, and maybe nothing's working in your company. But I shall give you this Bible verse in Isaiah 12, verse 4 and 5. No, sorry. Yes. Isaiah 12, 4 and 5. And on that day, you will. On this day, you will. Say, give thanks to the Lord, call on his name, make known his deeds among the peoples, and make them remember that his name is exalted. Amen. So, as you leave this place, it doesn't matter how much you have in the account. Maybe it's not working in your company, but I know you shall leave this place and you shall say, I want to thank the Lord because he's the only one who can be exalted, because I am now refreshed. I have the energy to go and do my role. So, if you can all, let us all go to our program. Our program was to start exactly at 8 a.m. And I would like to take 2 minutes first to recognize our guests. If you are the speaker for the day, kindly stand up so that we can appreciate you. Let us all appreciate our guests. Oh, now we have 2. Okay. Oh, you learn our camera. All right. So thank you very much for coming. I know in your schedule, you have allocated us enough time so that we can learn from you. And by that, I will request we start from here. Kila mtu jina yake, kampuni, ndivyo. Na najua tuko wengi. I don't know tunatumia formula gani, but it's good because uko live pale. Ndivyo sasa hata Wakenya wenye unashirikiana wao waone uko hapa. So only your name, the company, na maybe mahali mko. Thank you.
Good morning, team. My name is Samuel Warisho, Miliki Land Limited. I'm based in Malindi. Thank you.
Good morning. Visa Jenga, CEO Brickman Properties Limited, located in Ruiro, Greek Towers. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Christopher Wainaina, Ayala Homes, East Africa. Asanteni sana.
Good morning. My name is James Irungu Waweru, Alfajiri Limited, located in Joska. God bless you.
God is good and all the time. My name is Kennedy Gushu, Hodari Homes, located in Thika.
Hey, good morning. This is John Waweru, the director, Winkley Estate. We are at Keno.
Thank you.
I'm Jamboni, Kero Kamau, Big Block Properties Limited. I'm the chairman located at Keno, Mumbi Plaza.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is Eva Wanja. I'm an advocate and a company secretary. I'm a partner at Mackay Advocates, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Samuel Nganga Nguge, Zion Lil General Limited, located in Kamakis Bypass.
God is good. Martin Kamau is my name. Kampuni yangu inaitwa Farmhold Ventures Limited.
Good morning. Bob Bondije is my name. Gumbo Gardens Limited, Kikuyu.
Kabla tumpate Agnes, ningeomba tulikuwa tumefanya social distance kidogo, lakini kulingana vile tunaingia, you can create space for another seat. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone.
Morning.
My name is Agnes Mwangi, Director West Hill Shelters Limited, based in Ruiro Town.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Juguna, the CEO, Walisa Properties, located in Thika.
Good morning, members.
Morning.
My name is Peter Getao Karaoke, Olive Limited, based in Westlands.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Karomo here, Zani Properties, located at Eastern Bypass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Job Karaoke, Zani Properties, located Eastern Bypass, Kamakis.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Esther Bayura Kibutu, Taifa Power Homes, located at Jewel Complex.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Wambu Emos, Director Chosen Soil Limited, located at Ruiru.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
I'm Pastor Gabriel from Thika Almas Land Solutions Limited. God bless you.
Praise the Lord and good morning. My name is Elijah Kimani, lakini najulikana kama Wisdom. Potential Lands Limited, Thika Town. The Lord bless you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Paminas Karaoke, Nyota Jemari Estate, located in Mountain Mall, Nairobi.
Good morning. I'm Peter Mwangi from Wikrad Properties, based in Keno. God bless you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ndegwa Josephat, Ayala Homes, East Africa, located at Ruiru. Thank you.
Good morning, members.
Morning.
Paul Kimani, Wikra Property, Moranga County, Parakeno.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm John Mirwani Geshia from Nuru Ranch Limited, Ruiru.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Miriam Mamboy, Neria Investment Company from Narok Town.
Good morning.
Morning.
Isaac Gadi from Neria Investment, Narok Town.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Paul Mwangi, Timeline Properties Limited, located Ruiru.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Eva Jerry, Timeline Property, located at Kagen House, second floor, room 207. God bless you.
Thank you.
God is good.
All the time.
All the time.
God is good.
My name is Jane Bayu, Amara Realty at Jewel Complex.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Kiarie, CEO 3C Properties. We are in Ruiru, Kehunguro.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Aaron Keige, Finsco Africa, located in Loilo, opposite Spa Mall, Vishnu Industrial Park.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Christopher Madea, Dagmar Lands Investment, located CNM Center, Ruiru.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Maina Bogwa, Global Homes, Nairobi.
Good morning. Ndegwa Samuel, Director, Your Property Links, located at Kamuru, Stage 26, Kagudo Road.
Good morning. Peter Karaoke, Pekan Real Estate from Kangudo Road.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kamau Mudeki, CEO Zani Properties, located along the Eastern Bypass, Capital One Plaza, first floor.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
My name is Peter Donga, Maega Company Limited, located at Kasarani Max Plaza.
Mjambo nyote.
Hatujambo.
Paul Jenga, msimamizi Maweka Company.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Anthony Kamau, Hostap Holdings Limited, based at Kiku Town.
Thank you.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
My name is Savea Kigade Kionywe, Hostap Holdings Limited, Kikuyu and Lemuru. God bless.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is Becky Wanjiro, Fundis App Limited, located in Milimani.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Robert Maina, Zenai Real Estate.
Thank you.
God is good.
All the time.
My name is Jane Kabebe, Damani Real Estate.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Carol Chege, Silver Bloom Real Estate, located in Ruiru.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Wayachua
2 or 3 are gathered, God is there. So I believe God is here and He's with us. I'm Catherine Wamboi, Royal Middle Relators, based in Keno. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Lea Mudhoni Wageturo, Vasco Real Estate, based in Thika, Quick Mart Building.
Thank you.
Good morning, God.
Good morning.
My name is Winfred Kabuda, Walisa Properties Director. We are based at Thika, Neema Plaza.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Madlabantu Investor. We are located along the Eastern Bypass.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Simon Kagiri, Chairman, Gladico Properties. We are based in Thika town.
Thank you.
Morning, Peter Kibugi Christopher, based in Kabeta.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Purity Mudhoni. I'm a director at Home Point Investments, Ruiru.
Thank you.
God is good.
All the time?
All the time.
God is good.
My name is Caroline Lontubu, Pet Mall Shelters, co-director.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patrick Mudhoi, Director, Pet Mall Shelters Limited. We are based in Kikuyu Town.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Margaret Gugi, Director, Good House Africa. It is based in Roido, Kehunguro, Westview House.
Thank you.
God is good.
All the time?
My name is Koiwamboro from Good House Africa, Kehunguro.
Thank you.
Praise God.
Amen.
Crispus Washira, Armod Estate, Nairobi.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Stephen Maina from Zahara Real Estate, based along the Eastern Bypass.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dennis Ndururi, Liaison Homes. We are based at Spamol.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Martin Joroge from Miliki Space Properties. We are based in Westlands.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Egidio Kenyanjui Getau, Managing Director, Wilston Home, based in Parklands.
Thank you. Simamia hapo. Thank you very much. Let us all clap for ourselves. Let us all also appreciate the team wenye wametuongoza kwa maombi na pia kwa sifa. And before I call the first speaker, I would like to recognize the office that you have bestowed these mandates to ensure that everything is running and to ensure that all of us are under one umbrella so that we can make good moves. So I can see the presence of the vice chairman and also the chairman. So all the office, the team, all the officials, kindly, kujeni hapa, so that the chairman can introduce you.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Mkiriaga.
Eh.
Asanteni sana. Furahia vile naona mumeng'ara na kufika pia mapema na wale walifika jana, na shukuru sana. So I don't take it for granted, even for accepting our invitation. So may God bless you. For those who don't know me, I'm Kenyo Airato. I'm the director Maono Lads Limited. Na nikuwa tuga megoda dediraga. Dokiuga hati na customer. Tuga megoda dediraga negoro egeaga. Kwa hivyo na shukuru sana kwa kunichagua kama chairman, na pia vile tumeendelea vizuri. We have been growing daily in numbers, na pia we have been accepted countrywide. Kwa hivyo we don't take it for granted. We believe this will be the next big thing. Watu watakuwa wakitutafuta, at least watu join wapate nafasi. So God bless you. Here is my office. I will give them opportunity ndio waweze pia kusalimiana kila mtu akisema mahali ameshikilia, na mtabarikiwa.
Wow. Good morning. Matajiri, good morning. CEO, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Aya, kwani mnaogopa? Naitwa Zakaria Karioki Dirangu. Mimi ndio vice chairman. Kampuni inaitwa Vavent Property. Tuko pale Kagudo Road, Roy, na pia tuko Town Center. Nashukuru kila mmoja wenu. Karibuni sana na Bwana awabariki. Thank you.
God is good and all the time. My name is Dominic Dhukwa Boro, and I'm the MD, Home Point Investment Limited. I'm also very pleased to have been bestowed the honor of being the coordinator of this association. Thank you.
Praise the Lord. Bwana asifiwe. Good morning again. My name is Agnes Jerry Wamwagi. Nampenda Yesu. In this office, I'm the secretary, and I'm also the director at West Hill Shelters Limited, together with my husband, who is on the way coming. He is the CEO. God bless you. Ni vizuri kujitambulisha, si ndio? Mnaweza kosea kidogo. God bless you.
Praise the Lord. God is good. Na watu wametulia. I'm Martin Watito Kamau, not Waitito. I happen to be the treasurer of in this office. Na tunawatumikia kwa furaha. Bwana wabariki.
Good morning. I'm Amos Wambu, and I'm the vice secretary in support of Agnes. And I'm blessed to be here, and it's an honor to serve with this team. Be blessed.
So thank you very much. And before we do anything else, kama wewe huaibiki kuwa hapa, ndio maana tumezungusha hiyo kamera na ukasema jina yako ndivyo uonekane. So kindly, I don't know, lakini sisi najua tuko na wifi hata kama we have data. So kindly, nataka uingie kwa simu yako. Iva Wanja, unaongeleshwa. Nataka uingie kwa simu yako, especially kwa Facebook, and then uingie kwa page yetu, Association of Real Estate Stakeholders. Najua hata kuna watu hapa hata hawajai like. First like that page. Like the page. Sasa share it to your personal account, and also with your request and your permission, because I know your offices are on. Venye huwa wanashare ukiwa live. Sasa uambie uchukue hiyo link yenye iko kwa page yetu ama kwa WhatsApp yetu, utume kwa group yako ya kazi, and tell them to share to their Facebook account. So we kindly request you, tafadhalini, also share to your departments. I know kwa kila company it has a social media office yenye huwa anashughulika poster na nini, and to ensure that they engaging people online. So kindly, nikisema hivyo tulikuwa tumeshare 23. Sasa nikiangalia hapa we have how many, like 100. So bado we have a deficit of all of you, because hawa ni sisi tulikuwa tumeshare. So if you can all share and also send that link. The link, it is in our WhatsApp group. Kindly share it to your or to the office, kwa wafanyikazi wako wote, na uambie washare, na uambie pia wa engage customer wao, kwa customer wako, all your customers, so that we can go viral. This is the only way to do it. And yabagio nike yabagio nike nike koyo tia gwetigira yabagio ni he nyene. Yes, so And actually, in all the pages, na even tutafanya our secretary, because I know today you're not so busy, and also, no, let me mandate the vice secretary, all the companies to comment. So, kama mko hapo, na unaona your director here or your CEO, comment hapo kwa page. Comment hapo kwa page. Mimi nimeona Golden Dreams imecomment, so sitaki ukiangalia hapo ndio. Sasa nataka utoe volume kwa simu yako. Aha. So nataka wa comment hapo kwa page. So thank you very much, so that we can have more numbers. Na nitaomba. Oh, hata nyinyi hamja comment. Bado hamja comment. I can see, and sasa wacha mtu wa kamera, wacha nikuonyeshe tutafanya, mtu wa comment in the next 10 minutes. Hivyo tutafanya, I'll mention all the companies that zime comment hapa. Number 1 company ilikuwa gani? Uwezo Potential Lands Limited, Uwezo Lands Limited, Almasi Solutions by Pastor Gabriel mwenye ametuongoza kwa maombi, Golden Dreams Land and Properties Limited, Potential again, Dhamani Real Estate, Miliki Land Limited, Good House Africa, 3C Properties, Farmhold Ventures, Wickland Property Limited, Home Point Investments, Uwezo Lands Limited, Maono Lands Limited, Brickman Properties, Mahiga Homes, Hodari Homes, Farmhold Ventures, Nyota Njema, Blue Shine Properties, Ayala Homes, Chosen Soil, Zani Properties. Stephen, what? Alisa. Sorry? Can I have a joke? I have Stephen here. Stephen, the correct pronunciation of this name. Walisa, thank you. Oh, you're not Stephen. Oh, you are the director is here. Walisa Properties Limited, Wilstone Homes, Dagma Lands Investments, Big Block Properties, Olive Limited, Agano Solutions. Where Agano how? Agano najua huko lakini you are coming. Agano Solutions, uko wapi? Unajua nawajua. Nikiona mtu hayuko huku na amecomment hapa, tukamuulie ako wapi, si ndio? So Agano Solutions, where are you? Royal Meadow, Chosen Soil, Media Band 2, Gubo Gardens, and Optiven. Oh, Optiven. Nice. Okay. We also live kwa page yetu ya Golden Dreams, tuko live kwa page ya Optiven, tuko live kwa page yangu Fred Kahora. Tuko live kwa page ya Martin Kamau, ya pia Farmhold Ventures. I can see Nerian Investment, Miliki Space, Golden Dreams, Potential, Good House, Big Block, Silver Bloom, Lasom Homes. Which one? Masterland. Okay. Abotiga gucokerai niga tugikinyire aria. Yes. Potential Lands, Timeline, Nawiri, on behalf of Jackel Properties. Na Jackel wako huku. Sasa wewe Jackel ndivyo sasa ukue huku kwanza are they here? No, they are not. So nimeona on behalf of Jackel Properties in Kiambu Town gamenya matire huku. Sasa kwa hiyo on behalf you share it on your page. Nimeona Nestrock wako huku. Najua they are located in Thika. Lakini sijaona huku. Nestrock nimeona. Amara, Madam Jane, nimeona watu wako wameamka. Amara nimeona. Atlanta Property, Kibali, Zani Properties. Thank you. Pekan, Ayala, kuna mwenye nimeacha. No kaya sio tia de to koi. Uhui. No. Lakini sasa tulikuwa tunataka ucomment hapo and you share, because that's the only way we can ensure that we are getting global. not only in Kenya, global. Tell yourself global. So I would like to, I request, it is 9:26. I would like to welcome our first speaker. And our first speaker, it is our lawyer, so that she can take us through the legal way, ndivyo tujue kama unafanya biashara na kama hiyo nitonga nini agreement yenye unakuwa umefanya wewe na customer, ama ile agreement unakuwa umefanya na the vendor, it is in the right words for us to be able kuepuka mambo mengi. Because the reason why nimesema tufanye hivyo, because these days I know we are live. Ukionekana umenunua gari kubwa, inasemekana ni pesa yawa no mubugia gura gari gutuika ni kio yake. So ndio maana tunataka sasa we ukae ukimulika mulika, unaona, ukae ukimulika mulika wangwana, unajua they are the director and the CEO. So please, if you don't do that, ujue next time hauko kazi. They are the ones who approve this budget, his budget. So tafadhali, unajua ni vizuri kuambia mtu wa media, because I've been there and one time my CEO nilikataa kumulika sababu mimi nilikuwa nimesimamia hapo ndakorire marua. Sasa nikajiuliza shida ilikuwa gani? Tondwa nyuna nilie huku nionyesha wewe unataka uonekane ni wewe ulikuwa mwenye kampuni. So sasa ilibidi we repeat. So the second day tulifocus tu kwake hapo tu, hatukutoa. So wewe mtu wa media, be caution. But on a lighter note, I would like to appreciate our sister so that she can take us the legal way. And thank you very much for all those who are commenting. Kindly let us continue doing that, and also let us continue sharing. Thank you very much. Karibu. Kwa wale ambao wanaingia, karibuni sana. After maybe the first speaker, tutawajua zaidi. Thank you.
Wow, good morning once again. Asante sana. I'm happy to be here. It's such an honor. It's such a privilege. I want to thank you, officials. I want to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to stand before you. And I want to thank God. In fact, I am so excited. What a way to start this particular conference. It's powerful to be in the presence of the Lord. And I think everything starts and ends with God. So I feel so nice to be here. I already feel blessed, and I think we have already made so much progress. So I'm here to speak about the legal issues. There are quite a number. There are many actually, but I decided to narrow down on basically the challenges that we have been going through, especially in the most recent past. This is the way I've structured my discussion is more of a conversation, and I think with the permission of the facilitator, maybe I can go through the points that I had put down, and then after that we can all discuss so that we can learn from each other. You know, you are the people out there, you are the people who are interacting with the buyers every other day, you are the people who are putting out fires, and I want to commend all of you. There was a time there was so much that was happening. I remember a day some of us were in Muthaiga Golf Club, and there was a lot that was happening. And guess what? We are still doing well. Haven't we done well? We are still trading. We are still there. I think that is powerful, and I think we just need to commend ourselves and continue with the same spirit. We are not going to die, but we are going to flourish. Yes. My name is Eva Wanja. I'm an advocate and a company secretary. I am a partner and one of the founders of Make Advocates. We are located in Westlands on David Osili Road. We also have a branch office in Nakuru at Jennifer Riria Plaza. But those are just offices. I move around the country. We've met in many places. We've met in Nanyuki. Some of you we've met in Nakuru. There is nowhere I can't go in Kenya. Wherever God sends us, we shall go. we do not stick in offices. We go looking for opportunities and also interacting with people. So I'll go directly into it, and I'll start with the most common issues. And I've titled my presentation, Legal Challenges Facing Real Estate Companies in Kenya. I've narrowed down to the real estate companies because this association is made of real estate companies. And in my experience as a lawyer,
Kila mtu akona notebook kidogo tu. Nani hana notebook? You have a pen? Nani hana notebook? Naangalia sio kila notebook ya association. Unajua unaweza andika hii hoteli sasa ianze menu ukienda kumalizia na hatujafika wakati wa kula pale nyuma ikuwe na menu uanze kutuuliza dona hatia. So ndio maana nauliza hii notebook ya association kindly mwenye hana sitaki uandike kwa hata kwa yako. Unajua ukiandika kwa yako kampuni itaanza kukumbusha savio tarehe ite utaenda kuangalia upate kuna simu imeingia uanze kurefer hapo nyuma. So kindly I request you yes takuandike kwa hii. Naona mutiuma this is ya mkawa nataka zimeisha. Okay, so kama imeisha I think you only have a few. Unajua pia quorum huwa ina depend. Unajua sisi wote tulikuwa na ya hoteli alafu iko na menu. You can understand ile kitu itatoka hapo mwisho. Hiyo group yote wataanza kudiscuss. Noraji niona kai kitu igana. Lakini kama ni mtu mmoja hawezi to interact. Thank you. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can be continuing as we distribute the notebooks. So I want to start with what hurts the most. And I think what hurts the most is losing money. And I want to start with the issue of fraud when it comes to dealing with land. And in my experience, fraud comes in different ways. And one, I want to start with the issue of the titles. I know everybody who is now a real estate company or a purchaser or seller of land, we all know that we usually start with the issues of the title search. We have been doing that, and the title search is basically, you go to the land registry. The government, of course, removed the cost that we are paying on the title searches. So I know most of you know that officially we do not now pay for the title searches. Other than the title searches, there's something else that we usually do to just ensure that we have conducted a proper title diligence on the property. I'm sure most of you have heard of historical searches. Who has heard of historical searches? Who has heard about historical searches? I know most of you have heard about it. This goes beyond the issue of the title search. You know that the title search, the one pager that you get, once you get that, there's something else that I would encourage all of you to do, which is the issue of conducting a historical search on the property. Basically, you can do this in form of obtaining blue card searches. Most of the properties that we are dealing with are the title deeds. Those are the main titles I've seen in areas of Thika, Zero, Nanyuki, Malindi. Most of them are agricultural land. So the other thing that we usually do is the issue of the green card search. And all of this that helps us to understand what is the history of the land, what this land start, and how has it changed hands over the years. You have the issue
and creating their own green card. So it is always important to look at the history of the land. Do not be contented with only the exercise alone. And I'll give you an example. There's some land we are dealing with in Thika. And it was being bought by a church. What we need to know, initially the land belongs to the land selling companies. But you know, when some of the owners who were to live in the village, they would get the certificates, and then assume that they own the property. They don't even go ahead to find out whether the papers were processed and all that. So, in as much as you are able to do the searching, and you are able to confirm to our clients that the property actually belongs to the people who are selling, we later came to find out that the directors of that land buying companies had produced, they had come together and they had processed a title in their name. Back then, there was still a very in the village who actually belonged to very many property. And when the church started building, there is a paper, a share certificate is not title to land. And the government recognises the title of the entries in the register as the ones that are really valid. What that does, in as much as eventually you are going to lose the case, to win the case as the person who holds the title, you are going to spend a lot of money trying to defend that particular case. So I want to again insist that when you're buying land, do not only conduct the official search, also do a historical search. Include the green card search. If the land came from land buying companies and all that, go to the land buying companies. Some of them will even refuse to give you a letter, but tell them, just open that book. I see how did this land change hands. So historical search is why I've just mentioned too, but the bottom line is make sure you understand how the title or how the ownership of the land has changed hands. Now, the other issue that challenge that I have seen is the challenge of wrong identification of the land. I recently came across a situation whereby somebody who was in the diaspora was buying land in Nakuru, and she was shown a certain piece of land and was told that that particular piece of land matches the title that
she had been shown. But later on, she came to discover that actually that was not the property that had been sold to her. The property that had been sold to her was, half of it was in a marshy place. Ilikuwa na maji. Ni kama vile shamba zinapakana, wewe unaoneshwa hii, na kumbe umeuziwa ile yenye iko hapo chini. Na imejaa nini? Imejaa maji. So that is, you have all heard of people, mtu amejenga kwa wenyewe. You know, umeuziwa title, umepewa, mumeongea na mwenyewe, but you now kama umeshaanza kujenga, na umejenga, umemaliza, ama you're in the process of building. But somebody comes and asks you, how are you building on my land? And you are like, but I conducted a search on the property. How is it possible that? Only for you to go to call a surveyor, or actually go to Survey of Kenya and buy a map. And you discover that you are actually on the wrong land. It's true you bought land, but that is not the land that you actually bought. So how do you deal with this? I'm happy we have a surveyor in the house. Always when you're buying land, sometimes you may think that you actually know how to look at the maps. Please get a surveyor to help you match the title and the land that you are being shown. So that is very, very important. As lawyers, we call it survey due diligence. So make sure you conduct proper survey due diligence. And other than the issue of proper identification of land, there are other issues that the survey due diligence helps you with. It helps you confirm the actual acreage of the property. It also helps you see the boundaries of the properties. Sometimes we have come across situations whereby you are buying land, it has not been subdivided, and you have entered into an agreement for sale. The property is subdivided, but when the title comes out, you find that it is actually even smaller than what you had agreed on. The surveyor will be able to check this for you, and assuming that you now get a title that have a smaller acreage than what you had agreed, then you can agree with the person who was selling to you to be able to proportionately reduce the price to take care of whatever size of land that you have lost. So make sure you always conduct a proper survey due diligence. I've also encountered situations where a survey due diligence has helped us pick out certain other issues, like issues of well leaves, issues with other, like roads and all that, that you initially you would not have seen with your naked eye. So please, while you are buying land and when you are making an investment, talk to a surveyor and make sure that that issue has been taken care of. The other challenge that I have come across is the issue of identity fraud, which we call impersonation. So I come to you to buy land, and I'm actually convinced that you are the owner of the land, and somebody even actually comes with the wife. So you have no reason to doubt that you are actually the owner of the land. I once encountered this whereby there was a piece of land along, what is it called? Clay City. Yes, Clay City. Yes, somebody he was used to buying land. He used to work in one of these particular banks. And he saw a piece of land being advertised on the newspaper. And he did the search. He came to me and told me he had actually done the search and he was satisfied with the property, and all he wanted is an agreement for sale. He's happy, he's seen the land, and he really wants to close it quickly because it may go, and he got it at a good price. Now, what this person did not know, that the person who was actually selling was not the rightful owner of the land. These are people who had gone and produced. It was actually a certificate of lease. They had produced the cover, the certificate of lease, and the underlying lease. When looking at those documents, you would not have known that they are forged. But he ended up paying, and immediately he paid. We came to realize that the money was withdrawn immediately in cash. And guess what? The person who was selling was represented by a lawyer. A lawyer. Which lawyer we came to realize has so many cases in courts relating to fraud. So please make sure that when you are buying land, you have conducted what we call an identity due diligence. Mr. Washuri once told me that he goes to the chief of the area and asks the chief to identify the person who is selling the land. So you give us your ID documents, your photographs and all that. But beyond that, we go where that land is and we ask the chief, who owns this land? Is this the person who actually owns the land? So that you do not end up dealing with a fraudulent person. I always insist that the best place to negotiate issues of purchase of land is not in the offices. Go where the land is. Go there, go to the ground, and go to that particular place. In fact, I usually accompany my clients to the home. When somebody says, mimi hata sitaki kukuja, uko Westlands ni mbali, I am so happy to go there and sit with them and do the transaction. Because when you are talking, the wife will be there, the children, people will be around, and you'll get to know a lot concerning that particular land. And let people talk. You will be able to know now, you will be able to know whether the story is seamless. Ama kama kuna uongo mahali. There's a joke that was circulating on social media that when you are buying land, also talk to the village drunkard. It would seem, yes. Kwambia mambo mingi huko kwao hata wanapigananga, hii shamba hata ilikuwa ya baba yao alafu huyu akaibia wengine. Those kind of things. And what we want as business people is not only to buy land, but we want clean land. Because every time a land has a dispute, you end up losing money in terms of time. Because if a case goes to court, it means you cannot sell that particular land when there is an underlying case. Or when somebody goes and puts an injunction, you can't sell that particular land. So please conduct identity due diligence. Some years ago, we were able to conduct searches with the registrar of persons. Walikuwa wanatupatia searches hadi unaona kwenye mtu ametoka. But now, because of the restrictions that have come with the Data Protection Act, they are no longer giving us those particular searches. But I believe even when we were doing that, I still preferred the one for identification, because the neighbor always knows who owns the next piece of land. So please, let's look at that and ensure that all that is taken care of. I usually say, in fact, the process of purchase of land, the writing of the agreement for sale is the simplest. It's the simplest. Any lawyer can do that. But the process of just ensuring that the due diligence is properly done is the most critical of stages, because even what is going to go into that particular agreement for sale should be informed by your due diligence results. Like now, when the government is digitizing or converting titles, we are encountering situations whereby the acreage of the title, as shown on the title, vis-a-vis what is in the survey of Kenya, differs. So when you have asked the right questions, you'll be able to pick these kind of things. It doesn't mean that that particular transaction is going to stall until that process is rectified. But there is a way you can structure the agreement whereby you, as the buyer, you can close that particular transaction, but also safeguard yourself and ensure that by the time your money is passing, that particular issue has been rectified. So please remember, due diligence is the most important process of the purchase of land. And I have summarized it into 3 points, which is the title due diligence, the survey due diligence, and the identity due diligence. Now, next to the, going to the next point, we have also been encountering the issue of negative publicity, which is what we were discussing for the first month, I think from December, January, and around February. This is not entirely a legal issue, because it has both legal issues and it also has a bit of PR issues, and also I think it has a bit, also a lot of commercial decisions, or in it has quite a lot of issues inside. But I'll basically touch on the legal issues. We have seen, I was just looking at the newspapers, and not the newspapers, a quick run on Google searches, and I could pick a few articles very quickly. Like on 17th of February 2023, there was something like conned by rogue companies, Kenya diaspora turned to export to avoid land frauds, Kenya's land buying con games, fraudulent property, and all that. And we all know that quite a number of companies had been mentioned. For me, how I would look at it, I would, if such a situation was to happen to my company or a client's company, I think the first thing would be to analyze the situation and see where the problem comes from. I was also looking at an article that had been done by Haas Consult, and they were saying that if you look at the situation and you actually realize there was an error on your side, because sometimes things happen in companies. Like in my company, we have around 30 members of staff. So sometimes things happen. Maybe it could be as a result of wrongdoing on part of staff. It could be as a result of a genuine error. It could be anything. Or sometimes the issues that we are facing at the registry, and you find that you had promised people titles, but because of something that is not in your control, you have not been able to keep that particular promise. So what I would say is, first of all, analyze the situation. If there is a bit of wrongdoing, and you talk to maybe your PR people, and they advise that maybe the best thing is to address that particular error, then maybe sometimes the solution is to address the error, or maybe deal with the aggrieved person. But it depends on a situation-to-situation basis, because some people are just troublemakers, and some people want to bring you down. Some people have vendetta against you that you cannot do anything against. So, but here, where the legal issue, the legal solution comes in, is in the case of defamation, when somebody has published malicious or and false, remember, false information against you or the company. Remember, the law is structured in such a way that before you go to court, you have to meet some particular standards for you to have what we call a course of action. So for us as lawyers, for us to be able to offer a remedy or some assistance through the legal process or through demand letters, we can only help when there is false and malicious information against the company or against the directors. So that is why I said analyze the situation so well. We have also seen situations in, like I remember there was something that one of the banks, I think somebody had complained, and one of the banks decided to issue a demand letter to one of, is it the bloggers? And then that particular demand letter, I remember, was trending on Twitter, and now people are attacking everybody, including the lawyer who is the messenger. So sometimes you really need to assess the situation and see what is the best way to deal with this. Some people have even gone silent on in certain circumstances. But for us, again, going back to the legal aspect, we can only help when there is publication of false, reckless, and malicious comments that can cause damage to the company. And usually the remedies that the court gives are usually damages. So think about it and talk to a lawyer, talk to a PR company, talk to somebody who has gone through it, and let's see what is the best solution out of it. Again, I usually say I'm a lawyer, and lawyers like it when there are a lot of court cases, because that's how they make money. But for me, from a business perspective, it's all about getting the right solution for that particular problem. Sometimes going to court, even when you are on the right, is not always the best thing. So think through it properly and see how best to address it. But as I said, we can go to court in case of publication of defamatory comments, which are false, reckless, and malicious. So the other challenge that we have been going through is unpredictable regulation. Things, I don't know, recently things are changing too fast. Today you are dealing with this issue from the government. Tomorrow you wake up and things have changed, and you really are not sure. Things change very, very fast. You don't know where we are going to be in the next 5 years. Like as lawyers, we would, there's a time we would wake up on Friday evening, the cabinet secretary puts up a notice. They are doing something on the registry. We wake up, we are told Thika is closed. We wake up, we are told Kajiado is closed. We wake up, we are told Adi House has been closed. We are at home on Saturday, and all of a sudden somebody posts something that files are being moved and that kind of thing. Yeah? So a lot is happening, and closer home, they are now like the issues we are dealing with, the issue that is coming up, the bill that is being proposed to be taken to Parliament to regulate land buying and selling companies. I'm sure you have been discussing that in your forums, and there are situations whereby you'll find, like there was a time there was some regulations by Kajiado County government that you couldn't subdivide some land in certain places. And at that point, you have actually bought land, you have a clear business plan that you're going to subdivide this land, sell, and that is how you're going to recoup your money. And sometimes people have borrowed to even purchase these properties, and they have pegged the repayment of that particular borrowing on the sale of land. So a lot is happening, and I think I heard in another county that they're stopping the subdivision of land into 8. And initially people are doing that. And maybe you have pegged your entire business plan on subdivision of land. So I think one of the challenges that we are facing as real estate stakeholders is a bit of surprises from the government or from the regulatory authorities on the issues of legislation. Another issue is the issue of levies and rates and things like those. You wake up and you find that the county government of Nairobi has decided to double the rates. So that becomes a challenge because it is not cheap to be paying some rates for land that you have bought for purposes of land banking. When you are buying it, you had not factored in that you are going to be paying some considerable amount of money for the government in terms of rates and all that. And I don't know how, I also saw something in the newspapers recently. Is it Juja that they were going to upgrade to a township or something like that? Yeah, so we still don't know, but that may cause the rates to hike. It may also cause the stamp duties to change. So there is a bit of things that sometimes catch us by surprise, and by the time we are realizing it, they have already become low, and it becomes very difficult to sort of change them. The other issue is the issue of taxation. Well, I don't know whether the issue of capital gains was a surprise to us, but I think we felt the pain when the law actually passed. Imagine a jump from 5% to 15%. It's quite something. When you are buying the land and you are hoping to sell it, assuming that you are in that bracket for taxation of capital gains, it's quite a bit of money to think about. It reduces your profits considerably. So there are also issues to do with VAT and commercial property and all that. So I would say that things are changing too fast, and that poses a challenge to our businesses and what we are doing. And I was thinking, then what is the solution? Because government has to run, the county governments have to run, and all that. And I'm happy to see that now there is an association of real estate stakeholders that is going to, maybe you should take advantage of this particular association to help you monitor and get you a voice in both the central government and the county government, so that when they are discussing these issues, they consider you as one of the most important stakeholders, so that things do not just pass and they catch us by surprise. Because there are always going to be changes. But I think when you are part of the process, then that helps you speak out your issues and maybe agree on how some of these things can be done in a fast way, and also how you can also be trained to be able to deal with or to be able to cope with all these changes. So I think that is one of the big ones. And for us as lawyers, it has really, really affected us. Like the issue of capital gains and all that, and the issue of the land registries and all that, we have seen the amount of transactions that are going on to be not as many as were there some time back. There was a lot of movement at some point, but that movement had actually gone down. It's actually now that we are seeing the market starting to be vibrant again. So the other challenge that and I'm sure all of you and anybody who is dealing with the, especially the Nairobi registry, is facing that particular challenge. The issue of one is the issue of, I think the issue of missing and incomplete records is not just in Nairobi. I think it's countrywide, isn't it? And I think like a place like, is it Ngong or Kajiado? I think it's Ngong. There was a time that there was a problem with the issue of the titles. I would understand, I think some green cards would be pulled out, replaced, or somebody left with green cards, things like those. Of course, these are just rumors. They have not, it's not a formal position, but it's the feedback that sometimes we get from the registry officials. Or a place like Nyando. You had the other day, it was in the news that Nyando registry burnt down. So there are no records. By the time they do the reconstruction of those records, just imagine how it means there will be no transactions because the registry has no reference point. They have to create titles, or they have to reconstruct registers. And the process of reconstruction of registers is a statutory process. There's even a gazettement process. There's the issues of deed of indemnities. There's the issue of the gazette notices and all that. So I think the issue of missing and incomplete records is across board. Or sometimes you even go to do a subdivision. I remember we had some piece of land in Nanyuki, and we did even the survey process. And at some point there, the green cards got lost. It was my chama, it was when we had finished campus and we were thinking we also need to start selling plots. At some point, the green cards got lost. And we were trying to look for the surveyor, the land registrar. Oh, I am not there, they cannot be traced and all that. That causes a lot of inconvenience because you end up spending more money, and you also spend up more time than you had actually anticipated. Then the other thing that we have been encountering is the issue of delays in registrations. I wish the process of registration was clear. I wish we knew that if we go to Thika Land Registry or Roiro, which is a very good registry by the way, it's one of the best, we are going to get our titles in at most 7 days. Then we can come back and tell our clients, and you can come back and tell your customers that within 30 days or within 7 days, we'll be able to give you your titles. Right now, you don't know. You keep on chasing every day. It's not a process that you just leave and let run. You keep on following up on your documents, because if you don't follow up, nobody will ever call you to tell you that your titles have been registered or they have been processed. The other issue that we are facing is the issue of the slow pace of digitization in Nairobi registry. I think digitization is a good thing, because the world is moving towards digitization and online records, and it also helps us protect against issues like now the banning of records, the stealing of physical records, the tearing of physical records, things like the government land registry records, which are in folio. So you go and find it. A folio is basically like a page. You go there and find that it is started, and before you can make an entry, before the registrar can make an entry on that, they tell you they have to reconstruct that particular folio. So digitization helps us to deal with the issue of controlling what can we kuharibika kwa records. And I think if the proper safeguards are taken, are put into place, I think it also helps control the issues of fraud, because there is always a digital footprint on who did what, if it is done properly. But we are facing a challenge whereby there are a bit of delays, and even when there are delays, they are not giving us a solution on how we can be able to be transacting as those issues are being addressed. And I think there are things, the lawyers are following up on it, the Kenya bankers are following up on it, the surveyors are following up on it, but it's actually a pain. There was a time that the Nairobi registry was the best to deal with, because you could put in your documents and you get them back. Now you don't even know how long it's going to take. Or the process of conversion of titles. There are two things that are happening. The titles under the former registration of Titles Act in Nairobi, all of them are being converted into to titles under the Land Registration Act. So what they did is they gazetted all the titles, they did the survey, and for you now to do a transaction on that particular title, you have actually to do the process of conversion first. But that process of conversion is not so clear, and it's not being done at a fixed time. So that actually has slowed down transactions. The other process is the titles that were under the Registered Land Act. They are being enumerated or verified, basically going back to all the records, going to survey, going to the registrar, going to the land officer's office to just confirm that the records are consistent. So that process is not so clear from the back end. And from where you see it, sometimes you have a property that is stuck at verification at 50%. And nobody is telling you what is happening. So that has given us a bit of a challenge in terms of transacting with all those lands. Now, you may think that you are safe because you are not transacting with the properties in Nairobi, but I'm sure you've seen in media reports that the government plans to roll out this countrywide. So it's usually, it will catch up with all of us in whatever registries that we are in. So it's a real challenge because it means you cannot transact. And for us, we peg sometimes payment of the balance of the purchase, right, on processing of the titles. So what happens when the titles have been delayed? It means your money delays. And does the bank know that if you have borrowed, does the bank know that the titles have delayed? No. They are still going to demand their installment at the time that it was due. The completion dates that you had in the agreement still remain in force. So it's a real challenge. And I thought what we can do about this is combine hands, the lawyers, this as particular association, Kenya Bankers and all that, and voice our concerns and see how we can collaborate with the authorities to ensure that this process is done, but as it is done efficiently, and that transactions do not stall. So I think even it's great that this association is here because it's going to voice such concerns. And I think when many people are speaking about it, when the lawyers are speaking about it, when you, the landowners, are speaking about it, when the surveyors are speaking about it, I think that the authorities are going to listen to us. So I think the solution to that would be continued stakeholder engagements to improve on the problem areas. Now, there is another problem that has, I think it has been there, but the recent political issues have brought that issue into more light. The problem of squatters and the issues of adverse possession. You bought a huge piece of land in the coast. They all know that your name is Wanjohi or Kamau or, or, or they know you don't come from there. And the issues of squatters. So you have spent money, you bought land. The Constitution of Kenya allows you as a Kenyan citizen to buy land in any particular part of Kenya, even agricultural land. But now you have the issue of squatters. Now, if you are going to show people land and you have actually booked the bus tour, then they go and find that people have ambushed your land and they have constructed the temporary mabati structures, or they are brandishing pangas. Will you be able to sell that land? I think it's a serious problem. Or it may not just be, the political side of it. I'm sure you've heard there has been some cases in Nakuru. We know what happened around Nairobi. We know things that happened around the coast province. But there are also the usual issues of you bought land, you came back to Nairobi, you decided, this one I'm going to do land banking, I'll come back later and subdivide and sell it. Then somebody settles on your on your land. There is a principle in law that says that if somebody has a possession, uninterrupted and an exclusive possession of the land for over 12 years, then there is a principle that is invoked that is called adverse possession. And it is actually recognized as one of the ways that you can get title to land. I have also suffered this one with my friends. Yes, it is. We bought some piece of land in Transmara. you know how that place of Kilgore looks very nice, green and all that. Little did we know that there is a mzee who had settled in. We actually didn't go to check because one of us came from there, and we knew Masais as very peaceful people. Then, after we have done the transfers and all that, the mzee goes to court and applies for claims that if I think we had actually bought, is it 70 or 80 acres? Claims 35 acres through adverse possession. Do you know, the court made a judgment in his favor. The only solution, saving grace, is that we had told the seller that we are going to pay the balance once the title is processed in our name, and we had borrowed a bit of the money. So the bank had not released that particular money. So what we did is we just held on to the balance of the purchase price, and we still got our half of the property. But we lost that case. We were actually defending the case. We lost that particular case. So if you have bought a piece of land and you have not been going to check, please go and check. I usually argue that it is better you give somebody a license or a small, you get somebody you can trust, and then you sign a license agreement or a lease with them, because then that will work against the principle of adverse possession, because it is you who have given them the license or the permission to occupy. So you can do that, but also keep on monitoring your property. Keep on checking. If you can fence. If you can basically keep checking so that you do not lose your title. You may think 12 years is a long time. It is not. And some of these people will settle in, and they will actually say, I've been here for 12 years, when they have not been there for 12 years. And as we said, going to court is expensive, and it takes a lot of your time. So I know we all buy land in different places. I think buying is one thing, but you also need to make sure that you protect yourself against losing that particular piece of land. And then also, just make sure you have a good relationship with the locals. We have a client who owns one of the ranches somewhere in the country, and I keep on asking him, how comes they are not fighting you as they are fighting the other people? But he's very friendly with these people. He gives them an opportunity to feed their cows. Anawaambia mnaweza lisha huku kama yeye analisha ng'ombe zake wapi huku. And because of that, those people are his security. They will go to those other ranches that they find people with guns and all that. But he has found a way of coexisting with the locals. Then, if you discover somebody has actually settled on your land and they have refused to leave, please seek action. One of the things that stops the 12-year period from running is the institution of a suit in court. It stops the 12 years from running. So if you discover somebody has settled, they are not moving, don't take it lightly. Just go to see a lawyer and start a case so that that principle cannot be used against you. So the other issue that that I could think of is the issue of the corporate governance. This is a whole topic. It does not just affect the real estate companies. It affects all of us in whatever institution, in whatever businesses that we are in. Sometimes the problems that bring us down are not external forces. Some of them are internal issues. So I think maybe the leadership will organize some other time so that we can also discuss these particular issues. You know, we start our businesses when they are small, but with time they grow, and sometimes they outgrow the skill set that we have, and we have to continuously seek ways of not only improving ourselves but also getting the requisite help. When we started our law firm, we started, I think, as how many people? We started as 4 people. I remember we would meet over a cup of tea, do our accounts on spreadsheets, and we go out and we continue with our businesses. But with time, that can no longer work. We have to get help We have to get the help of accountants. We have to get the help of auditors. We have to dedicate more time in terms of financial record keeping, and in terms also of audit. We have to invest time and resources to also get tax advice on how to handle the business. And some of the things that I can think of is the issues of the structuring of boards of companies. With time, you realize that you actually need outside help, of course, depending on the size of the company. And sometimes it's important to now start separating management from the board, from the owners, and designating specific responsibilities so that there is checks and balances. Sometimes you need to think of engaging the professionals that we have said, the accountants. There are times the accountant looks at us and tells us, you lawyers, you do not listen. I said you cannot be doing things this way. And you feel, sometimes we feel like, but we are the ones who are running the business. We are the ones who are looking for money. What are you telling us? Who is an outsider? But when you don't listen and you run into problems, or that's when you realize that you actually need the help of professionals. So as the businesses grow, we need to think of how we can get these people to assist us. Another example is the issue of lawyers. You could be drafting, there could be certain ways in which you've been doing your agreements and keeping the documents. And as the company grows, you realize that maybe you need a certain kind of a lawyer, maybe in-house or outsourced, to be able to help you manage that, because legal risk is a real issue. The other place that you may think about is the issues of KRA, because you know the penalties when KRA comes and does an audit on you and finds that there's certain tax liabilities that you have. The tax liabilities continue to accrue interest until they are settled. So you may also think of the issues of tax consultants so that you do not have tax exposure. Then the other issues are just issues of compliance and all that. And as companies grow, sometimes companies do legal audits, tax audits and all that, to just confirm that you are in a proper position. The solutions that I can think of are basically trainings and getting the right advice. So thank you very much. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Let us all applaud her. Thank you for taking us through the legal way. Because some of us, actually, when you are talking, and maybe when you are phrasing all that you had, wengine tulikuwa tunakumbuka venye tumeumia. So huku unajua unaongelesha some of us, na hata mtu hapa pengine anaenda hiyo process, anasikia umetaja familia ikakuja akaleta bibi, kumbe si bibi. Unaona? Wakati mnafika kule mbele unapata nao sasa bibi mwenyewe na watoto wamekuja. And I think it is in a code, is it Kakamega, when waliondoa hii consent ya watoto? There is a recent case that was done, and the reason why it was done that way, somehow it is somehow fair, sababu nani sasa anaweza jua watoto wako? It's only you. Unajua watu wako na watoto. Yes. Even sasa mimi, my mother aliniambia ita huu baba. Sasa hata kama ni wewe utaita nani mwingine? Si unaendelea kumuita baba. Daddy nao, na akianza kulipa school fees bao ni nani? So can you now imagine umeletewa, lakini ile ukifika pale mwisho watoto wanajitokeza wanasema hapana, hatukujadiliana. And most of us, and because we are alive and we are on, the reason why we had her, so that people can realize that when we promise, it's not a swift journey. And land selling is not maybe kama kwenda hapo wananuanga mkate. And the reason why you're doing this, na mulikwa, ndivyo wakae wakijua ya kwamba unaweza ambia mtu 90 days, lakini upate registry, registrar mwenyewe amejipatia leave Na unajua hasemanga ako live, anasemanga hayuko. Na ukisikia registrar hayuko, unajua hayuko. Ama unapata registrar hayuko, lakini surveyor yukule kwa survey. Unapata yule akuamend map hapatikani. Ako na mazishi kila lakini sio mazishi kila siku. Ni venye huwa tunaumia. So these are some of things, and maybe I would like to take only 3 questions. Mtu angetaka kumuuliza maswali 3 peke yake, so that we can get to another level. Let us start with him, and please ningetaka kila mtu atumie mic because of sound, because we are live.
Thank you, Kiri, for being so much articulate in your issues. As I had said earlier, I'm a surveyor by profession, and most of you see me in Noro, Kameme, trying to solve these millions of problems, especially with the real estate. But I've got one issue that I want to ask you that I've also been asked by so many people, I mean Kameme, in my online day-to-day life. You understand that we have got issues to do with loss of title deeds. We now understand the process of replacement of another title deed. But the greatest fraud that we have in our registries, where we come from, is the loss of green card. And you can agree, most of us, we have suffered most because of green card. I want to ask a single question. Under whose custody is the green card? If the green card gets lost, why should we suffer to process another green card? Because I understand, as a surveyor, that the registrar is the custodian of a green card. You queue from day 1 to 22nd of December without being given a valid reason why the green card is get lost. Najua nyinyi sote, hata watu ambao mnauzia mashamba wanaambia kwamba ati wewe ndio uko na green card iko nyumbani kwako. Madam Wakili, can you give us and be specific so that even those people who are watching from diaspora, because they have been accusing us that green card iko na surveyor, green card iko na Kamau, Waresedi, green card iko na Miliki, green card iko na Armored or Maono. Let them be very clear, because they have been asking me those questions on behalf of you as a surveyor. Kindly specify, let even the registrar who is watching us to know, to tell us the process of acquiring another set of green card. God bless you.
Good morning again. My name is Christopher Wainaina, CEO, Ayala Homes East Africa. And I know majority of us have gone through succession. But there is an issue of succession that we probably would want to hear more, where the owner of the land, the registered owner of the land, died. Then the children were supposed to succeed. Then they did not succeed, and so age caught up, and again they passed on. And then the children of that, now the third generation was supposed also to succeed. They did not succeed. We are now, I think, in the 4th or 5th generation who have not succeeded. Now, at a point like that, and the land is maguta. It looks so nice, but many of us are touching it with caution because we don't know where to begin. Who is to succeed or where? We don't know. So you've been given the story, and when you realize that the line is so long, you run away. We would really want to know, at a point like that, where do you begin? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paminas Kariuki, CEO Nyotanjema. My question is, sometimes you find a land, the size that is reading on the title is not what the surveyor claims to be. A good example, that could be reading 3.8 hectares, but you know that that is not the size of a 10-acre block. So when you ask them, the surveyor says, the surveyor is also there, he can confirm, the surveyor says, kwa ground, the land is what I am telling you. So is it possible to amend the title, and what are the documents to be accompanied with the process of amending that title? Or will it just be an assumption that because the size has been changed on the title, it has also been changed on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can answer those three.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with the first question on the issue of the loss of green cards. And I want to agree with the surveyor 100% that the person who has custody of the green cards is the land registrar. Actually, the green card is not supposed to get outside the land registry, because if it gets out, then what happens? It opens an issue of fraud. But now, I have also found this issue very interesting, because the law says that in case of reconstruction of the titles and all that, and I've done it many times, it is you, the landowner, who starts that particular process. And guess what? You even give an indemnity to the government of Kenya, the government that is supposed to keep the land record for you, and they've lost it, and now you are supposed to give an indemnity. But again, that is what the law is. Unless we amend the law, there is no other thing that we can do. So in terms of the process, there's an application, I think, under the law that you prepare, and that application is, of course, accompanied by affidavits. In some cases, you'll be forced to give the indemnity that I have mentioned, and there is actually a gazettement period that is within which period, if somebody has something to say about the reconstruction of the register, they're supposed to come up and contest or bring their grievances or their comments to the registrar. And once that particular process is completed, then that is when the registry is reconstructed. But in my experience, I would even expect the registrars to even fast-track this process and to take responsibility of it. But the truth of the matter is, who follows up on it? It is us. You even look like you are begging to reconstruct the register that was actually lost in the land registry. But again, it is what it is at this particular point. And I think now, these are some of the problems or the sufferings that we are going through, that I think we are able to deal with when we come together as one voice, and we are able to raise those particular issues, and they are addressed. You know, when you go as one person, people can disregard you, but when you go as many people, these things can be looked into, and they can go as far as amending of the particular statutes that regulate the processes. Now, the other issue is the issue of succession. And I think I will answer it in two ways. One, if you are in a contract situation, or you already have entered into an agreement maybe with the deceased, and now the estate is not so keen on pursuing that particular succession case. I think the law, I would say the law always offers a remedy when you are in a legal relationship. And I think there are situations whereby you can even, if you already have an existing legal relationship, there are situations whereby you can be able to get vesting orders from the court that the court can actually even allow the deputy registrar to sign particular documents for interest in land to pass, so that the other person is not aggrieved or they do not lose their investment. But there is also the other situation whereby you have no contract situation. By the way, honestly, if you are my client, I will tell you to run. It's not the only piece of land that you can purchase. I do not see why, as a business person, I would want to run into problems. And Mr. Ashiodi says there's a lot of land, isn't it? Yes. So it could be maguta, but you can end up losing your investment or tying down your money for a very long period of time, because the only people who have the power to take up the succession is the people who are, is the family members or people who are interested in the family. I think the law even says that if there is nobody to claim from the deceased person, eventually the assets vest in the state, isn't it? If there is nobody to claim any particular property that belongs to a person or a company, or property is not claimed, and in line with the principle that all land belongs to the government, it's only that it gives us, then the property vests in the state. And you know what that can bring into? A lot of court cases and all that. So my advice would be, I think for now, do not get into that relationship. It's going to be messy and costly. I would rather pass that particular piece of land. Because as he says, sometimes you don't even know which is the family. You may think that this is the family. Then you discover there were others who are in the US. And now they have come and you paid the wrong person, hoping that the succession case is going to take place. There is also something else that we usually do, entering into agreements before the succession process is completed. We do it, but it amounts to intermeddling over with their estate, because that the law looks, the ideal position is that the succession process should be done and completed, and the court determines who owns what, and the titles are processed in the names of those people so that they are able to transact. If you are going to sell or buy a property within a succession process, then you are supposed to get a permission from the court. Otherwise, you are intermeddling with the estate, which is a criminal offense under the Law of Succession Act. But sometimes we have our own arrangements. Sometimes it is a business decision. Yes. So the other issue is what Paminas raised, the issue of the discrepancy of the acreage of the property on the title and on the ground. We all hear those areas. Actually, I'm told, is it Mr. Surveyor? I'm told that when the land is sloping, you may end up getting a huge piece of land because they were looking at it like this, other than like this. Is that true? Yeah? It's not true. Okay. At least I have learned. Yeah. But that, as I said, that is happening a lot now that they have done the resurvey. And maybe Surveyor, can you help us with that? What is the process of correcting? I think he may be in a better position to advise us.
Thank you, Wakili. Mrs. Stephen Kigade, surveyor. I didn't mention that I'm also a politician. Yes, I am a politician. And what you are saying is true. And I have seen you have another surveyor who has come here, my friend, colleague. So we are going to keep on helping you to answer some of those questions. One thing that you should always understand, that in those days, the map that you can see, they were taken from aerial perspective. So those people who keep on saying that when it is slopey, ati eka tatu ikiwa kwa mlima inakuwa eka tano. Haiwezekani namna hiyo. We normally know that we have what we normally collect those issues. It is not true. But we have got only 3 testimonies. The way you have in the Bible, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Even in survey, we have got the map, we have got the title deed, and we have got the ground. And all of them should agree. If they're not agreeing, then there must be an issue. There's an issue that needs to be rectified. If you find that the ground is too big than the map, will actually encroach to your neighbor. Because the map is our compass to tell us the actual measurement of that land. Kama umepata shamba iko na mita 100 na map iko na mita 60, then what does it imply? Umeingia kwa neighbor. Kama sio hivyo, unapima mashamba yote ya the surrounding, uone kama labda kulikuwa na overlay kidogo ya map, alafu you can make proper decision through the office of land registrar or the deed surveyor. Have I answered your question? Have I?
I think we shall have time because we have surveyors with us, so that because I know most of the questions zinaangukia hapo. Unapata ya kwamba shamba acreage inasoma 10, lakini kwa ground inasoma 15. And what we should also learn before you sit down is that kule kwa ground kwa shamba inakuanga sometimes not even the map or the title. Kwa nini? Ukienda upande Ukambani wanaitaka kitabia. Unaelewa? Hivyo ndio huwa wanapima. Wewe ukikuja na measurement zako, wao wanasema kitabia 1, 2, 3 eka imefika. So hawataki kujua acreage. Hawajui acreage ni kusema nini. Actually, you should also understand that they are especially when buying to an illiterate person who doesn't know. Unajua kama pande Ukambani, not only in Kambani, hata pande ya Masai, my senior can tell us more. Kule wanakuambianga title ni yako lakini shamba ni yetu. So some of these things will keep on rising. So there's no way you can run away from them. So be prepared. Acreage, haisomi na hii, be prepared. So I think we can have the last question because due to time and we have so many speakers for the day. Na tutames kidogo. Thank you.
So it's still morning, yeah? So good morning, everyone. Wakili, I have a question. I think I got through it late last year. There's this, in a scenario I'm buying land. In this land that I'm buying, the couple is already divorced. They share properties as per what they accrued during the marriage times. Now when I'm buying this property, the property is registered under the wife. In that line, remember they already divorced and they have already apportioned what they accrued during the marriage. So the property is successfully registered to the wife. At that point, do I need a consent from the husband? 2, now after doing all the due diligence, the property is legally the wife's property. You're given consent by the kids, the children of the family that are with the wife. And now later when the transaction is done, the husband comes, claims a share of the proceeds. So at that particular point, do you proceed on a legal case? Or do you just, and the husband puts a caution on the land. So you've already paid all the successful monies that needed to be paid for that particular person. Question number 2. This one I sit down. You're buying into a land that was previously one person. So before they sold it to you, they've already done subdivisions into like 2-3 acres portions, around 50 acres. Once you buy like 20 acres, you want to amalgamate the entire parcels that you've bought. Mind you, there are roads in between. So you also want, because it is all your portion, and you're not interfering with anybody passing through, then you want to amalgamate the entire land. At that particular position, if you go to the survey, they decline you doing that. In which docket does that sit at? Thank you.
Start with the first question. The second one we will answer with the surveyor. Yes. So on the issue of divorce, I don't know whether I have a clear answer to this, because at what point are you saying that the property has actually been apportioned between the husband and the wife? Was there a matrimonial process act? Was there a case between the wife and the husband?
Yes, there was a case.
And it was subdivided and is in the name of the husband?
Absolutely.
You are home and dry. Proceed with the wife. You don't even need the consent. The court has spoken.
But you know, the problem that we got into was when they subdivided, they apportioned the proceeds of the entire family. The husband disposed all his assets. So he lives in a rental somewhere. Then every time he hears the wife is disposing of his properties, or her properties rather, he always come back to ask for something out of the proceeds. So at that particular, you know, we went to the Rigo, and then we found it's too much tedious. So we had to bow down to the demands of the husband. And in a transaction of around 50 million, the husband wanted 12 million, non-negotiable. So you end up purchasing that property much more than you even had in mind by the time you got into the transaction. Exactly.
All right. I think I said that when you are making some
maybe Wakiri, maybe for them I clarify something. Yes. We were told whether divorced or married, you must get a concept of the husband. Whether divorced or living together, every transaction must have a consent of both parties.
I think, first of all, to clarify on that issue of the consent, if the matrimonial course or the matrimonial case has been completed, and you have seen the court order apportioning the property, and the property does not belong to the husband, and it is rightfully registered in the name of the wife, and there is a divorce decree, then you do not need a consent because they are not married. What I would go for is an affidavit by the wife confirming that she is not married, and also a copy of that court order declaring that the marriage was dissolved. Because what happens if somebody has never been married? There is no husband. If somebody has separated, if people have separated or one spouse has died, there is no spouse. So I wouldn't, it's not always the case that you need the consent of the spouse, and especially when there is a court order. It is possible that this person may have married again. That is why I would ask for the affidavit. But for this particular spouse, since there is a court order, he is not married to this particular lady. And because there is a court order on subdivision of matrimonial property, he does not own the property. As to whether you are supposed to pay the husband or no, or go to court, is a commercial decision. Because going to court to lift that caution costs money, isn't it? So it's you to make a decision. Because you are in the transaction, do you sue both the registered owner and the person who has put the consent, or do you call them and negotiate? For me as a lawyer, I think I start with negotiation. Yes. Sorry? Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. First of all, the ground for you cannot just walk and put a portion on somebody's land. In fact, the law is very clear. You need to show some particular
interest, and it is listed on the property. So even the registrar putting a portion on it, we even say affidavits, isn't it? So the registrar is supposed to look at that and see whether it complies to the provisions of the Land Registration Act before they put the portion. But sometimes things happen. We all know. So, in that case, you may even want to sue the three of them, the registrar, the wife, the husband, and you tell the wife, I'm not suing you because of anything else. It's because of you are the registered owner, and there is no way the court can make a decision on the property when you're not a party to the suit. But you have to discuss, you have to weigh, do I negotiate and pay this person this bit of money, or do I go to court, pay a lawyer, and lose a bit of time? And at the end of it, get into it. But if you are interested in the property, and I have come across clients who are very clear in what they want. Maybe you are buying 20 acres, you are interested, you want to sell, you want to buy the next. You know this guy is going to keep on doing that. You give him 12 million, he goes, drinks all of it, he waits for you to come back. You may want to put a stop to that. And sometimes you tell the wife, this is your mess. Okay. This sounds like a bad thing to say. But you discuss and you see how you are going to meet the cost of the transaction. Because even if she goes and gets another buyer, she will go through the same problems. Sometimes you negotiate and you agree on how to approach the case. So I think it depends, but legally speaking, he's not supposed to be paid. He does not have an interest in the land. The court has spoken on who owns the land. The court has spoken on the marriage relationship. And that is the legal position. That's how we would answer it. Number two is on the issue of subdivision and the amalgamation of land. I will attempt to answer it, then I'll give the surveyor an opportunity to speak about it. In my understanding, when an amalgamation of land is being done, similar to a subdivision, there is always the issue of physical planning that looks at the property. There is also the issue of the county government looking at the property, and there's always the issue of looking at the common areas and all that, the roads and all that. It's been long since I went through a subdivision process, but I don't see how, first of all, for that land to be subdivided, they created the roads so that the respective plots can be able to access so that there could be access to the respective plots. Now the land has been made one. I do not see why the amalgamation process should not proceed, and the portions that had initially been surrendered to the government for purposes of access be consolidated back to the title. So I do not see why that cannot happen. But I also know our registries and our government offices, sometimes people do not want to make firm decisions. So if you cannot get recourse in a government, through a government officer, the only other process is the court review through the administrative process. So if it is not working, maybe the other recourse is to go to court. But I would say that is an issue that would have to be looked into, and also see the regulations that govern the amalgamation of the land, and also the county regulations that affect that particular area, because sometimes different counties have different rules and regulations, and county government have power to make such rules and regulations. So if it is not working and you feel your right has been infringed, the recourse is to go to court, and then you can get a court order ordering that particular government officer to do that particular thing that you want. But I don't know whether Bwana Surveyor has anything to add to it.
What I was requesting, because we shall have that session for the surveyor, because it is one of the most tedious process that sisi wote tuko hapo na tuko na maswali mingi sana to the surveyors, and I can see we have a few.
Yeah, thank you. In a nutshell, okay. I just want to say that what Wakili is saying is right, and that is the very reason why we have this association. Because even we surveyors, we don't agree with what has been happening. Once the land has been subdivided, then you want to do amalgamation, and you are told that the road cannot be amalgamated, and it is within your boundaries. So, Wakili, those are some of the bylaws from the Physical Planning Act, and because some of these policies that were being created, we were not there, I think it's high time now we raise the occasion and revert those kind of draconian policies in land. God bless.
Thank you. And I know in the lawmaking, you shall also help us maneuver in some of these things, because if we don't amend some of these laws, they shall keep on hunting us. Is it true? And with that, thank you very much. Asante kwa muda uliotupatia. Thank you very much. And you see, these days, mambo inaenda manufacturers zingine. Kitambo hatukuwa na social media, sasa hii social media ndio inasema, ama si hivyo. Kitambo ulikuwa unaenda kwa hata news. These days there is no breaking news, because pale unaona breaking squeeze ya kunanga, because it's already on your phone, because things keep on changing. And by that, the reason why I would like to remind all of you, the reason why we are here, first is to empower each other. Number two is for us to have the voice, because the current government has already appointed the boards. Si ni kweli? Lakini niulize, kwa lands tuko na mmoja wetu? These are the questions that now we should face now the government, because the only thing, when we talk about sanity, it is a tedious process, but it can only be done right if you have someone in the government also. If maybe, and I would like to recognize, let us clap for our patron, our senior. Maybe we have him sasa kwa board in the next 3 years. Si wote wamekuwa appointed. Instead of now, we should now sit with the government and tell the government, kabla ushukuru waliosimama na wewe, unastahili kwanza kushukuru sisi, because we are one of those people who are making key changes in the economy. Is that right? So if you can, maybe a board has 7 people, tukue na watatu, especially from this association, I know things shall be right, and nobody, no any politician will wake up and maybe sponsor a bill just like that, so that we can fix in his, we can be fitted in his umbrella, so that he can be controlling us. I think those days are zimeisha. And we are the billionaires of this country. And most of the things that usually affect us, sahi kuna mvua. Najua, hata sahi ukisikia kuna kala anataka kupeleka kwa shamba, unaanza kuuliza, anataka wapi? Unaweza kwanza mfix kidogo, atoe ka deposit, umwambie kuna venye patrons kuhizi ama chairman ama director ako ka meeting mahali. Kwanza so una fix sasa wafanya. Na si kupenda kwetu. You see this nature. Unajua sasa uweze tengeneza barabara. I see a patron trying, but hawezani na kila kitu. It needs the county government, kura, hawa watu wote wanahusika na barabara. Tungekuwa na mtu mmoja hapa. Wewe uko kwa kura, wewe mwingine ako kwa nitaangaje hawa super highway. Kera na hawa wengine wanangojeanga usimame tu kando uchukue simu. They are on you. Or Kenha. Tusikie mwingine kwa Kenha. When it comes to budget of roads, tunajua that kuna mahali hakuna, even the politicians, they don't know mahali hakuna road, because we sell the future. So, and one of the reasons why you sell that land, unamwambia kuna barabara na kuna nini? Kuna stima. So we also sell future, not to the government, so that when they are allocating this budget, they also allocate for us when we have someone representing us. Are we together? That's why we need all of us to be in one unity, to be in one accord, so that we can bring change. And this change and sanity can only be brought if we are all united. So, with those few remarks, nataka kumix kidogo, because before I call our chairman so that he can invite our patron, we have our seniors, Mr. Donga and Mr. Jenga. Kindly 2 minutes. They are our seniors that now wamekuwa kwa hii industry for the longest time also. And I know, kindly come so that you can say a word. And wanaweza kuambia venye ukora inamachua. Na inamachua namna gani? Unapata mtu kwa hiyo age yake hakuwa jambazi. Sasa anaenda akigraduate kulingana na akikuwa kashosho, sasa anakuwa professional. And that's why all of us have been affected by kashosho, akaguka somewhere crying, "Oi mtoto wangu nakubarikia ishamba." Lakini hujui ni mkora unadini na yeye. These are things that are happening kwa ground. So thank you. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Mr. Kahora.
Yes.
Once again, my name is Peter Donga, Mwega Company Limited, Director. Na asanteni sana kwa kutupatia hii nafasi, na pia asanteni sana kwa wakurugenzi wale walikuja na hii maneno. Tumekuwa kwa hii industry kwa miaka 18. Kwa hivyo najua wengi hapa walikuwa watu wadogo. Saizi mimi nafikisha 60 years. Na mtu anaweza unaona mimi kama kijana. Lakini ile kitu ya maana sana, kutoka nianze hii kazi sijakuwa na kesi yoyote. Sina kesi kotini. Hakuna mtu ananidai ati niko na pesa yake. Kwa hivyo hata nikikuja hapa najienjoy, hata nikienda na gari yangu naenda kama nimeweka mkono nje, kama nimefungua kioo, kuna mtu ananiuliza. Hakuna security, mimi siendagi na mabodyguard, mimi naendaga tu hivyo. Serikali imepea mimi hata bunduki, lakini mimi naweka nyumbani, mimi naenda hivyo. So Naweza ambia kwa wale watu wameanza hii industry, ile kitu mzuri, hata kama mtu anataka kwenda mbali, unaanza na step moja ndio uweze kufika huko juu. Kwa hivyo tuende polepole, mtu asitake kutajirika ya haraka, wacha tuende tu polepole na Mungu atakufikisha tu pale wewe unataka. Na tukifanya hivyo tutaenda mzuri. Ile mambo ingine naweza ongeza, kama sisi upande sana sana ile sisi watu tunanunua mashamba ni upande ya Nairobi. Kwa hivyo ningeuliza serikali, kwa miaka kama 3 ama 4 tumekuwa tupatiani title. Kwa hivyo tungeuliza serikali ijue hiyo mambo ya hadi sasa vile itatengeneza na ndio tuweze kupatiana title. Nikimalizia hii mambo ingine vile tumeungana tukiwa moja hivi. Si hata association za vitu kama kama wakili vile alikuwa hapa, wanakuwaga na fahamu zao zile, kuna wakubwa wao wale wanaenda wanaongea mambo yao. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka tuweke hata sheria kwa hii kazi yetu ya mashamba. Tuweke sheria, kama mtu afanye vile sisi tunataka, tunatoa yeye. Na pia kama mtu anaenda kuregister company, watu wengi kwa hii kazi wamekuwa akienda ikiwa amejiita jina, akienda akiharibu, anaenda tena anasema anataka apatiwe jina ingine ya company. Kwa hivyo ningeuliza serikali iwe inafanya vetting, na pia sisi tuwe na watu wetu, officials wetu, wale tunafanyisha mtu vetting. Tunamuuliza, kwa hii miaka 2 ama 3 umekuwa wapi? Hiyo company umewacha kwa nini? Na tukifanya hivyo hata pia customer wetu watakiwa secured. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amjambo tena.
Jambo.
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Paul Jenga. Huyu ni director mwenza na pia ni ndugu yangu, tumezaliwa pamoja. Ndio mdogo wangu. Hata watu wengi wamekuwa kiuliza watu wanaweza fanyaje mtu na ndugu yake. For the last 30 years tumekuwa tukifanya na yeye. So ile kitu naweza sema, tumekuwa kwa hii biashara. Kahora anajua wakati alikuwa kwa media tumekuwa na yeye. Ile kitu naweza advise sisi ni kitu moja. Unaona hii wakora wanagonga sisi. Unajua wanagonga sisi kwa nini? Sababu ya tamaa. Ukiangalia kama sisi 2018 tuligongwa 16 million. So niliona ile sababu ilituma tugongwe hiyo pesa ni tamaa. Unakuta ukiona tu shamba yoyote, si tunajua market value. Uone market value imeenda chini zaidi, wachana na hiyo shamba. Wachana na hiyo shamba. Vile mzungu waga anasema tu, when the deal is too good, think twice. Sababu ile kitu wanatutega naye ni hiyo. Wanaweka bei chini na wewe wakati uko kwa ofisi unahesabu hapa milioni 10 imepatikana. Unaona vile utaenda. Hiyo ndio naweza sema advice yangu. Ile kitu ingine ni hizi title za Nairobi. Hizi title za Nairobi zimeleta shida. Tunaenda pandi ya Machakos, title ni rahisi kupata. Pandi ya Kiambu, pandi hiyo ingine. Hizi title za Nairobi imekuwa na shida mingi sana. Kienda mara ni Survey of Kenya, mara ni City Council, mambo ya approval. Kwa hivyo kukiwezekana, hiyo ni mambo ambayo tunaweza, sababu kila mtu akipata title yake, nasikia Kenya akisema mugunda niki? Mugunda ni title. So kama una title, hata kama umeuzia mtu, hata umwambie mambo ya mother title, mambo ya nini, bado hujatimiza ile kitu inatakana. Kwa hivyo serikali inaweza, hizi subdivision zetu ina approve haraka, tunapatia watu title zao na ndio mambo inakuwa vizuri. Kitu ingine ni mambo ya succession. Hii mambo ya succession pia watu wanagongwa naye. Unaambiwa mambo ya succession na wewe unakimbia, sababu wale wanajifanya wako na shida. Wakijifanya na wako na shida, unaanza kuwapatia pesa yao. Wakati itafika title zitatoka, wanaanza kuruka. Na wewe tayari umeweka watu. Ile kitu naweza ongezea ni moja. Sisi tukiwa hapa, sisi ndio macho ya wale watu tunauzia mashamba. Kuheo rutha nĩ Ngai wendagie thĩ yake, kiu nĩ kĩrathimo kuma kwĩ Ngai. Sisi ndio macho ya wale. Wakati unaenda unanunua shamba ya succession, unawekelea watu na wewe hata hujapata hiyo nini. Sasa wewe ni macho ya watu kweli? Kwa hivyo tuangalie, tuwe macho ya watu. Hata kabla ya tugongwe, tusigonge watu. Yangu ni hayo tu, tutashirikiana. Tunasemaga umoja ni nguvu. Hata tukienda kwa serikali tukiwa wote, sio kama mtu wakikuwa wanasemaga mundu muronga kiagerero njira. No tule igiri, tuna hinya wake, tuko na nguvu ya mafikira, tuko na nguvu ya mwili na tutafanya kazi tukiwa pamoja. Tuangalie hiyo mambo. Asanteni sana.
Before maybe you sit down, when maybe the fraud of the 16 million ilifanyika, you know, some of us, unajua mimi nikiwaambia wanaona mimi mdogo nilianza juzi. Sasa when we hear from the seniors and also Mr. Patron, I saw you doing an advert that you want to settle people because there is a process of a land or maybe somewhere watu pesa ilienda ikakuwa namna hiyo, but wewe umejitokeza umesema I want to settle my people and then deal na huyu. No, wakati the 16 million ulipata usingizi. No, actually what I want to mean is maybe to encourage maybe someone who maybe lost maybe 500,000 or maybe 200,000 or maybe 100,000 and he feels that he can give up in this life. Maybe what did you do?
Ilikuwa ni changamoto kubwa, na pia nitaongezea kitu ingine. Kuna kitu wakili amesema hivi, mambo ya historical search. Unaona historical search? Hiyo 16 million wakati tulinyang'anywa Kahora na wenzangu ilikuwa imeshikaniwa mpaka registrar. Kwa hivyo usiamini hata hii search sana. Ati umeenda umefanya search mahali kwa serikali. Wale waizi bado wako kule kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri pia kufanya hiyo historical search. Naenda na usiwe na harakati sababu unahesabu utapata faida mingi. Mimi saa zingine nafurahia kama wakili sana wakati tunafanya undertaking. Transaction inaweza fanya hata miezi 3 bila kufanyika. Lakini sasa sisi tunakimbia, huyu ananichelewesha. Wacha tuende hiyo utaratibu. In fact Kahora na wenzangu kupoteza pesa kama hiyo sio rahisi. Hata tu ni Mwenyezi Mungu hatukupata ama depression, lakini tulimuhumilia na ndugu yangu, hata ikabidi tuuze vitu zingine ambayo tulikuwa tumesema ni ya familia ndio tuweze kulikaba. So tuangalie sana sababu sisi ni macho ya watu na ujue wakora wote. Kariuki alisema sisi ndio matajiri ya leo. Ujue naye mwizi anaibaga kwa maskini. Mwizi anaibaga kwa tajiri. Kwa hivyo pia sisi kabla hata tuangalie watu wasinyang'anywe, tuangalie hata sisi tusinyang'anywe.
Thank you very much sir. And when we hear that, tunajua ya kwamba hatujapotea. Unajua mimi kuna mahali nilipoteza kidogo. Si kidogo pia. Na nikikaa hivi nalala pengine. Sasa nikisikia now from you, I get encouraged because I should not give up because all of us have visions. But also having a company in the next 18 years. Now can you imagine where will a company be in the next 18 years? Same brothers doing the same business na hawajachukulia panga, lakini sasa ile shida kubwa tunaseto kula kwa mashamba ni kuseto mafamilia, wala watu ambao brother na brother hawezi kaa chini, hawezi kula Christmas sababu hako kapisi. Hiyo ndio shida kubwa tuko nayo. So if you are the problem solvers, let us also be careful when it comes to cases of fraud. Tusikuwe tunakimbizwa huku na wewe unakimbizana na wapi na huku kwingine. And with what we can assure you, with the advice of the chairman, we are having a disciplinary committee, and that one all of us who are here, we must fix. Na hiyo disciplinary committee, unajua mimi I'm very young, I cannot discipline you. Now we have him. And these committees shall be vetting, as they have said, all those people who want to join association. Hata sahi mahali tumefika, bado kuna lazima tukae chini, tuchague mbichi na nini? Na mbivu. Yes, sahi kila mtu wako kwa probation, tunakuangalia tu. Ndio maana nisema hii kamera ikiwa ikizunguka, si sababu ya kitu kingine. ikae ikizunguka. Ndivyo sasa wakati tunakuja, because the discipline committee Mr. Chairman, I think shall be na walikutana, now we can fix them because saa hiyo they joined us just the other day. Unajua wakati tulikuwa tunaanza hata wao walikuwa wanaogopa. The reason why so many people have not joined us, our patron being ukituambia kwamba we need like 1,000, sababu wanataka kuanza ni akina nani. Tunaelewana? Who are leading? And in our last meeting we said that this week we shall be having an advert, especially for all officials. Yenye itakuwa ina run, kwanza tujue wenye wanaongoza wako sawa. Tunaelewana? Sababu ni vibaya sana nikiwa mimi nawaongoza as the spokesperson, alafu sasa kuwe kuna press release, alafu nikuje natetea mtu ambaye akona kampuni 10 na zote ameiba. Now how? Unajua mimi nitakuwa naangusha kampuni yangu. I better now sasa mimi nikae kando. But now when we have them, when we have you, we now have the energy. And I know so many people, ndio maana nimewasimamisha, because 18 years Mr. Washuri si miaka kidogo. Si ndio? Na hii kazi at that age, hii kazi kwanza watu ofisi wako na shida. Kama unatoka kwa ofisi ukaingia hii kazi, lazima ukuwe na shida. Because hii kazi inakuzungusha akili kuliko ya government. Hii kona zote, yani unaenda kufikiria Savia ndio huyo. Hii hulali. Actually most of you have never enjoyed this money. Hata kukaa hapa bado uko na hasara, sababu kuna watu 10 bado wanakukimbiza. Lakini we want to bring sanity whereby nikionekana nimepigwa picha na yeye hakuna maswali. That's how we are going to fix. Kwanza sisi tuanze na sisi before now we fix those who are coming. Before now we go to counties, lazima kwanza sisi wote tujifix. Ya kwamba siwezi ogopa nikipigwa picha na my brother hapa. Siwezi ogopa nikijipata na kunywa chai na Ayala Homes. Naona? Siwezi ogopa nikipatana na yeye alipatana bikon zake zimebeba na Hurubaro. All of us have experiences. Lakini all those experiences na hiyo kilio yako inaweza kuwa vizuri zaidi when now we have a discipline committee. Sasa uende useme ya kwamba mimi nimepitia haya na haya. No, they shall advise you. Wamejionea mengi. Thank you very much, Mr. Jenga and Mr. Donga. The reason why I mentioned them, because when I was advertising for them, kama tunafanya interview, in one of the stresses nilijua hiyo kesi yao. Na unajua they were the first people wakasema this land has a problem, tuachane nayo, like the way you did. Also hata mimi nilifika mahali sasa nikaweka watu wangu nikawaambia kwamba sasa badala kabla munipige, I have an experience in Nanyuki. Yes, a very bad experience. And what I did, hao wote ambao wamenunua niliwaita, sababu wakati mawe ilianza kurushwa mimi ilibidi sasa kabla, unajua na hiyo ni wakati kumechemka, ilibidi niwaite sababu kunaonekana kale kama mtu kalitoka media kanatuibia. So instead of kuharibu jina niliwaita nikawaambia kwamba let us all sit down and reason. And let me tell you, as of today I gave them a land that was worth, if it was worth 200,000, I gave them a land that was worth 300,000 equivalent. Actually it had more profit. Na watu wakati walifika hapo walisema yes, thank you. You see, na ile zile shamba zinakuanga na kashetani ni shamba ya succession na shamba yenye ukienda mahali upate kuna shamba iko flat mahali nzuri, kuna shamba inakuanga kabla ufike msingini hapa nyuma, kuna kashamba kako hapo on your left, maguta meza, yani kuanzia na red soil. Lakini the historical injustice in that land, my friend, hata uwezi taka kusikia. Unasikia ndugu wa akina ndugu. Sasa unashindwa ndugu ni mgani? Sababu mwenye anakuuzia ni ndugu ya babake, lakini anasema ya kwamba hii ni riridhi. It was a gift from my brother. Can you imagine? It was a gift from his brother. Sasa watoto wake, sasa huyu brother alipeana na wao wanasema hapana, these are one corner tumenyang'anya shamba. Sasa kesi kama hiyo na hiyo shamba, na sijui kwa nini hizo shamba zote ndizo zitakuwa na tukesi. And especially because I have sold so much in Ukambani, kuna kitu itango Githembo. mtu anaenda kuuzia shamba, lakini Kidhemboni kule walikuwa wanafanya zile nini walikuwa wanachinjia zile miungu zao. Kidhemboni mahali they somewhere very sacred, hivyo wanaita, wanafanya those. So ni kama venye tulikuwa tunaenda kwa Mugumo, the Mugumo tree. Si unajua hata saa hii ukikaribia Mugumo tree there are those maneno unaambiwangwa atizunguka ukiwa ukijua kuna nini kondoo 9 utakuwa msichana. Si kuna vitu kama hizo. Na ukijaribu ukiona Mugumo tree imeanguka ujue kuna either the government or a senior official in the government ataanguka. Si ndio? Those are the myths. So when I bought that land nilipata iko na Kidhembo. Na kitu nasikia mwenye kuniuzia hajai niambia kuna Kidhembo. Sasa ilikuwa shida to prove with the wazee the reason why you should have this land. Na sasa wanakuambia hivi ndivyo tunakaaga. Hata mkuje na nani. Na hakuna kitu mbaya kama kwa ground. Wacha as much as we are talking of papers. Uko na title, hakuna shida kubwa kama kwa ground. So before you do that transaction, I'm endorsing what the wakili has said. Tafadhali kanyaga ground. Don't be too big na usitumane. Angalia ile miaka umejenga hiyo kampuni. Angalia ile effort na wafanyikazi wote ambao wanakutegemea. So don't be too big to go to the ground na ufike mwisho na uulize chief. It's the best thing that you can do in this life. So with those few remarks, ninasukuma chai kidogo so that we can have the message from our patron. I would like to welcome the chairman, and also before I do that, nani wamekuja kama tulishasema majina? We have Dazonet, we have okay. Please simameni. Na wamulikwe. Unajua hapa tuko na kitu tunaita mulika. Mulika mwenzako. Wacha tujuane. Actually inaitwa hashtag wacha tujuane. Let us start from here. Your name, the company, na uangalie pale alafu nikuambie venye utafanya after that. Make sure you capture the face, very well. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ruben Kimani from Username Investment. Happy to be here to see all of you. Glad I'll be able to learn as much as possible. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joseph Aruhio, Director Mahiga Homes. Niko na hoba, sio naona navaa hii mask. Asanteni sana.
Good morning. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Naitwa Joseph Kamau Ndongo from Monjo Selile Estate Limited. Na nina furaha siku ya leo kwa kuwa hapa. Asante.
Good morning. Naitwa Michael Kamau, Nikep Lile Estate, Nakuru. More than 15 years.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I need here. Johnston Kamau Masharia.
Goja kidogo Johnson. Wewe mtu wa picha kidogo. Kaa pande kando na mtu wa video. Unajua watu wa video ndio tunamulika. Yes.
Johnston Kamau Masharia. A very new entrant in this field, and I'm humbled to be amongst you. And I know I'm one of those people that might bring some change around you. And also I'm pleased to be in this first meeting with you. And I'm grateful. I'm from Nawili Sasa Properties. We are in Thika Town offices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Charles Njoroge. I'm from Dazzlenet Properties. It's my first time here, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Eve Njoroge from Dazzlenet Properties Limited. I'm happy to be here. And I'm also the secretary of the Oversight Committee. And thank you for coming also.
Thank you.
Jambo everybody. I'm
Jambo.
Moses Boro, Director, Almond Blooding Limited, and also Binlad Agencies. I'm glad to be here. Our offices are in Loido.
Thank you.
Hamjambo.
Tujambo.
I'm Mwangi Rongo from West Hill Shelters.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Samuel Gashomo, CEO Eden Masters Limited.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm John Gashomo. And let me say that I'm happy to see directors here and CEOs from companies we started from scratch. I can mention so many here that we started with them, and now they are CEO in big companies. Nasema Mungu ni mkubwa. From Eden Masters, God bless you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Eric Richard from Alpha Shine Real Estate Limited. I'm the CEO. I'm glad to be here, ready to learn with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've forgotten to mention that I'm a surveyor by profession.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Kiarie, CEO, Premier Realty Limited. We've been around for 19 years now.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Kidogo tu, rudisha pale kwa Kashomo. Kashomo, hebu simama. Nataka wale watu ambao wamefanyiwa kazi na Kashomo, mulika pale. Wachukue mkono juu, Mr. Duku, the oversight chairman. Simameni tafadhali. Unajua wale wote wanafanyiwa kazi. Wow. You can see Mr. Kashomo, even me, he's my surveyor, and I'm so much honored sababu Bacon nikimiss ana make sure I'm replace. Na kuna mtu akona kesi na yeye. Unajua kunaweza kusema kuna tuna fix nation hapa. Oh, hamwezi mpiga na mawe. Okay, give it to Mr. Kamau. Ameingia nikisema tuko kwa hashtag tujuane.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kamau is my name. The Habu Group. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. And ningetaka uelekeze pande hii because hapa pia tuko na RMS, Raw Media Team, and they are the ones that they usually ensure that our adverts are and about their time ni wao wanatuuzia. So we shall also have their time because I know they have some packages. And maybe before you give them, sisi wote kwa wale ambao wakati tulikuwa tunaanza these meetings tulisema we want kila mtu akuwe mahali kwa media, and the only way is now to call the media planners. Ndivyo sasa kama wewe uko na 300,000 unaweza fixiwa mahali, because the only thing that you can be able to move fast and in unity is by empowering huyo mwingine. And the only way in this industry, it is media. Hata ukuwe na mashamba ngapi, kama huna advertiser ni shida. So, and that's why we invited RMS. Ndivyo sasa leo watakuhudhuria wa kidogo, ama si hivyo, so that we can have, maybe for me I can be able to pay for an interview. I see our patron has a package called Next On. I have a package called Up Next. Hizo mtajulia tu hapa. There's what we call package A, package B. Mtajulia tu hapa. Usione ni kama huyu anaibiwa airtime akuambie. Alafu atuambie bei ya leo ni ngapi? Ama si hivyo. Ndivyo ukitoka hapa, you go and plan very well. Ukijua ya kwamba I can be able, ndivyo inoro isikuwe ni ya wale hakuna wale sisi wote kwa association tukue pale kwa media. Sababu ukiuza plot moja, najua tumeondoa zile shida. I wish Mr. Patron, as we go forward, maybe in the next 3 years, tutakuwa tunasema now kuna nyumba, I need 20 million from you, sababu kuna nyumba yangu imekwama mahali, na unaweza endeleza. Sasa napata username, namwambia sasa si unaweza nipatia like 15 million, hata unaona ile kitu nafanya. Kuna ghorofa yangu inaendelea. I wish tunaweza fika hapo. Tutoke level ya uko na shamba but you cannot advertise it, na mwenye walikuuzia bado na ukimbiza. So unajua zile kukimbiza tunakimbizana na kila mtu. That's why we have RMS. Maybe they can say hi Before that, we have also our senior citizen. Yeah, Mr. Kariuki. Say hi.
Habari zenu. Asante. Kwa majina zangu ni Hezekia Kariuki Mwangi kutoka kampuni ya Comfort Homes. And maybe ni vyenye mnaonekana mkiwa warembo sana. So maybe mtu ako na kauga kidogo sababu kukaa na nyinyi ni privilege. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Niye msimamizi mkuu Comfort Homes inakuanga pale Nairobi. Naonanga yeye pande yake huwa na kule pande ya kule koni Kitengela. Ndio sasa mamasta. Unajua kunisikia kuna kila mahali kuna mkoa na mamasters. Sasa nikajua Kangudo Road iko na masters wake, akina Pekan, akina Fervent, ndio mamasters. Sasa Kitengela having you and also him, najua kuko sawa. So we shall have time for RMS so that they can tell us what they have prepared for us. But kwanza usimama. Simama kwanza. Unagetegeti goe kuri ginya ofisi. Ujaika namna hiyo. Iko karibu kuuliza, are you still the one? You are so patient today. So I can be able to even kiti nakwambia, so I can fix you. Because ukikaa kwa ofisi unasikia umeitwa, so ndivyo tunakuanga. So I want you to stretch. Can you do something? Hata umeuliza neighbor anaitwa nani? Tuko kwa hashtag tujuane. Anaweza kuwa ni yeye neighbor wa shamba yako. So unaweza mtuma akuwe na kuangalilia. Ama akuwe kwa map. Kwa map ni wewe, lakini kwa ground ni yeye. Muulize kwa map, na ujue anauza wapi. Isikuwe kwa map ni wewe, kwa ground ni yeye. Yes. Oh, kumbe ni wakati hamku. Oh. So you also needed, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sasa wenye nataka waacho kama wamesimama, unaona wale wote wametaja jina. Waacho kama wamesimama, wenye wametaja jina wakiwa mwisho. Isipokuwa RMS. Wenye wametaja jina wakiwa mwisho wasimame. Sasa wengine tukae chini tafadhali. Waheshimiwa wenzangu, tukae chini. Kama umetaja jina, username, Mahiga Homes, kama muulize sasa huyo mwenye unaona amekaa hapo, muulize ulikuja saa ngapi na ulisema jina yako saa ngapi? So, nataka muenda kwa simu zenu. Tuko kwa kuna kitu tunaita hashtag tujuane, enda kwa simu yako. Oh, ulikuwa? Lakini kuna mgeni niliona umeleta. Yuko wapi? Oh, she's there. Umetuambia jina yako? Oh, sasa kama umesimama, enda kwa simu yako, enda kwa Facebook. Enda kwa simu yako, enda kwa Facebook. Tuko hapo. Kwa Association of Real Estate. Tuko hapo Abita. Sasa nataka kuuliza Kashomo, hapo huko iko na how many are watching? Ndivyo sasa tujue kama unajua mtu anaweza kuambia tuko hapo lakini hayuko hapo. Kwa hashtag tujuane. Kashomo, how many are watching? Oh, sasa ati unaweka volume. Sasa ulike kwanza page, you first like the page, and then uenda hapo uandike niko hapa. Uandike Eden Masters, alafu uambie wafanyikazi wako hiyo link, uenda kwa hiyo link, you click the link, ama uenda kwa what do you call it, in our WhatsApp group, uweke kwa status yako, alafu you share it kwa watu wako wa ofisi. Unaona ninaona nini zile WhatsApp group mko nazo za ofisi, ati kuna ya management, kuna kila mtu, kuna only the CEOs. Sasa nataka uishie hapo. Mr. Mwangi, tuko pamoja? Asaidiwe our media team kindly ensure that umemsaidia. Unajua kwa hii hashtag tujuane, I know Mr. Kamau Dhahabu. Sasa waambie watu wako waangalie kwa page yako. Sasa kwanza niende kwa Dhahabu, that one is very simple. Kwanza nijue kama tuko huko. Kama hatuko huko, kafatoba turugamie kwa mano. Bas. Yes, they have shared. Tuko huko. Westhill Shelters, acha nione kama tuko huko. Unajua sasa nimewajua. Alafu mtu aniangalilie kwa username kama tuko huko. Tumefika username ama bado? Shikana kidogo, kurani tena kidogo. Actually most of you si waoni. Na kaa nikiangalia. Wacha niangalie kwa Mahiga Homes tuikuo. Wacha kwanza nione. Is it your page is limited, LTD, with this red circle? Yes, kwa Mahiga Homes tumejiona. Zani Properties tuko? Thank you. So tafadhali, kindly, thank you very much. Tuko kwako? Oh, are we there? Ulijita nani? So I may ensure that tuko kwa page yenu. This is the only way to go viral, and this is the only way kwa kitu tunaita hashtag tujuane. Alafu sasa urudi hapo kwa hiyo nini, kwa mainstream, you comment there that the Hub Land Limited is well represented. Eden Masters is well represented, username is well represented, and now with that I know ni hivyo. I think tuko pamoja. I'll keep on. Acha nipatie ndugu yangu hapa. No, my brother from Ayala Homes. Keep, unajua kaa ukikaanisha na Mr. Ruben and ensure tuko hapo. Tumefika. So as you do it, I'll keep on checking. Right now I want to welcome the chairman so that he can welcome the patron. Na mimi kazi yangu itakuwa inazunguka kwa simu yako. Mimi patron, mimi nataka unipatie ruhusa. Nikae nikizunguka kwa simu zao. So mimi nataka uwekelee simu yako kwa meza na page yenu. That's the only way utakunywa chai. Hapo ndipo utafanya sasa tujue tutakunywa chai saa ngapi. Ndivyo tuache kuwa sasa hatuambatani, lazima tukue kwa forum moja. So Mr. Chairman, I want you to welcome our patron, and as you welcome our patron, na mimi munipatie kazi yangu. So naomba tuachane na simu, uniwekea kwa page yenu, si hii ya real estate yenu ya kampuni, uniwekee hapo. Alafu as the patron, as you continue, I'll be, ukiwa nimefanya hivi mkono na kuomba tunaweza mruhusu atoke nje kidogo affix the nation. Thank you, with your permission. So mmewekelea simu zenu kwa meza, kwa page. Martin, uko hapo? Uko hapo? Sawa, thank you very much. Karibu.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Mr. Kahora. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Ametupeleka vizuri na kini program imetusukuma sana, so tutaangalia vile tutafanya ili kila mtu aweze kupata nafasi yake. I want to appreciate everyone for coming, na tunashukuru sana kwa sababu umekuja zaidi. So we did not expect this. We were budgeting for 50 people, now we are over 100. Na tuko na registration desk hapa. nje. Kama huku register, ukiingia na kuomba tafadhali uregister pale, sio sana hata kwa hii register pale nje. Na kama pia unalala na huku anasi jana, make sure our secretary hapo nje amejua, so that we can avoid confusions. Pia kuna wale wa day scholar, kuna amount yenye walikuwa walipe, kind confirm from the secretary, ndio to avoid kuwa na shida na tena usikae hapa ukose lunch. Because of interest of time, I want to invite the Loyal Media fraternity for a few minutes so that we can settle and listen to our patron, Bwana George Washuri. Kwa hivyo yule anaongea on the behalf of Loyal Media. Ndio nimesema msisalimiane kwa sababu ya wakati, mje tu kwa haraka. We give you few minutes so that we can settle and then we hear from our patron. So God bless you. Mungu awabariki sana kwa vile mmekuwa pamoja nasi, na najua kila mtu Washuri hawa watu wanakupenda, na thank you for keeping integrity for 23 years. Na pia niseme kwamba tutakuwa na media place as I am waiting for you. Tutakuwa na media place after the break, na ni vizuri kama unajua jina yako sio sawa, tafadhali usitokee hapo mbele, sisi hatuwezi kusafisha. It is good to make it clear. If you are not clean, we cannot make you clean. So it is good also to avoid. Usijiaibishe, na pengine tunajua kaya ni mtu mzuri. We wako ni wimadhi na maku, we mudu daumagira. We goja tu tumejipanga vizuri, na kuna wale wanaongea na wataongea pia on your behalf. I always tell people, nobody can make you powerful if you are not powerful. Even the position for the chairman, if I'm not powerful, it cannot make me powerful. Hallelujah. Watu wa Royal Media kujeni. Kama hamuko tayari, mtatusubiri mpaka tumalize. Kama hamuko tayari, mtatusubiri mpaka tumalize, kwa sababu I was saving that time. Sawa. So let us appreciate them with a good hand clap, na ndio waweze kutuongeresha few minutes, and then we will come the CEO tuendelee kutoka pale. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Chairman. And God is good, and all the time. My name is Liz Wamai from Royal Media Services, so they call RMS. And we are very happy to be here. I'm here with a colleague of mine called Naomi. Naomi, please wave because of time. Yeah, we are so honored to be part of this event. And we are happy to see all of you gathered in one room today to sanitize your industry. It's a good thing. And we are happy because we know once you sanitize your industry, then our business is going to be progressive. And we thank you very much. So for starters, I want to start with greetings from our chairman, Dr. S.K. Masharia, and his wife, Gathoni Masharia. They sent us with greetings. Have you received the greetings? Yes. And also our coach, our MD, we call him coach. His name is Washira Waruru. When we told him we were coming here, he was very happy. He said, say hi to those partners of ours. Indeed, you guys are great partners of Royal Media Services. Majority of you have been very consistent in supporting our business, and we don't take that for granted. Because without you, we will not be where we are today. And so please accept our very heartfelt gratitude from Royal Media Services. Nagikuyu tuge ni wega. Tukite kuga ni wega tondu ni mutu nyitireire mugatangatha na ithui. Not 1 week, not 2 weeks. Most of you have been consistent. Miaka meige na tugashokia gatho muno 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 muno. Now the purpose why we came here today, because I've seen the chairman is chasing us because of time, is because we want to share with you good news. Good news of what we offer as Royal Media Services and what special packages, as Fred said, we are bringing to the table today. Because we want to make sure that by the time we are done, everybody is welcome to advertise with us and to be part of the RMS family. So those of you who have not tasted, this is your day. And we have offers to that effect. So he was trying to put up our presentation, but it's yeah. Just a minute. Yeah, so this is who we are as Royal Media Services. We have 3 TV stations, Citizen, Inoro, and Ramogi. Ramogi is our newest baby, broadcasts in Luo language. Then we have about 14 radio stations. I know the one that is most popular among you is Inoro, but it's just among the many that we have. So Radio Citizen broadcasts in Kiswahili, Hot 96 in English, Molembe and Vuka and Sulwe are Luya stations. Musi is Kamba, Chamge is Kalenjins, Egesa is Kisis, Ramogi FM is Luos, Inoro is Kikuyus, Wemoro is Embu, Muga is Meru, Sulwe is also a dialect of the Luya nation, Radio Ma for Masais, Magalata is for Boranas. And then we have these very sophisticated digital products. Because in 2023, we have gone digital. And so as Royal Media, we've not been left behind. So in a summary format, on the TV front, we have the 3 TV stations that you can see. Radio, there are 14, and we continue to grow. Then a lot of digital platforms, including Viusasa, that is very popular. And then we have a below-the-line arm of the business that does events called Shikisha, advertising agency. Now, what we bring to the table quickly is our numbers. We are popular according to research. And we don't rate ourselves. We actually are monitored by independent companies out there, and they're the ones who give us the numbers. And we felt it is important that we show you how big we are in terms of the audiences that we command. So out of 100% that comprises of everybody in the industry, Royal Media Services gives you 64% reach. Please clap for us. Now, one thing for sure, reach is about accessibility. You realize you rarely go anywhere and not access our stations. You will not struggle to get Citizen TV, you will not struggle to get Inoro TV. That's what reach is about. Our signals across the country is very clear, and that gives us an edge against our competitors. In terms of the combined TV reach, our 3 TV stations, that is Inoro, Citizen, Ramogi, gives you about 13 million viewers on a daily basis. 13 million. In terms of radio, again, you get about 8 million listeners every day. Now, important to note is where the competitors are. It is good information for you to know so that you can see the margins. Yeah? It's like the way Kipchoge runs and then I run. The difference is very huge. We don't see our competitors with our rear view mirror. We give them a huge margin in terms of the gap. So, because you can see 13 million and the number 2 is 1.2 million. So please invest your money with us. Your money will be safe with us. In terms of radio, the same beautiful story. 8 million from RMS radio stations. The number 2 is at 1 million. Again, a huge margin. It's important for you to see this slide that shows you the performance of the TV stations nationally. On the left is the reach, which means the accessibility. On the right is the share. That means the people who stay on, they don't switch. So in terms of reach, we are big, 32% out of 44% for Citizen, and for Inoro 5.2%. Inoro is fairly new, not as old as Citizen, and the other stations that are below there. If you think of a station like KBC, they've been around for a while. Compared with Inoro, you see the gap is big. And in terms of share, 56.7% are on Citizen TV, and they don't switch. 9.7% on Inoro. So if you combine the two, and if you advertise with us, you get almost 70% of the audiences. The same on radio. Our radio stations do pretty well. Citizen Radio, always on the lead, 12.3% reach. Inoro FM, also somewhere at about 4% reach. Radio is more fragmented. There are too many players in the radio sector, and we compete very well. We are actually number one everywhere you go. So if you come to Nairobi again, the same story. Nairobi County, where we have a combination of all the tribes, you realize Citizen Radio is quite big. Inoro FM is also featuring very, very highly. And the same story when it comes to the people who don't switch, the ones who don't change the dial, they stay on our stations. Central, again, is our bedroom. We do very well in Central Kenya, courtesy of both Inoro FM, Inoro TV as well, and also courtesy of Citizen TV. So in terms of reach in the Central Kenya region, we have about 17.6% from Inoro FM, and you realize also Citizen Radio features quite strongly in the same region. TV, again, Citizen TV and Inoro TV leading the chart. And if you do the totals, you find more than 50% of the Kenyan population is either on Citizen or Inoro. Those are the default stations. And I'm sure the story is the same in your homes. And we thank you for that consistency. In terms of share, again, 42%, Citizen, 30%, Inoro. A combination of the two gives you wide audiences. Now, on digital platforms, we've not been left behind. We recently launched Citizen Digital, which is a one-stop shop. If you want to access the news on the go, or you are somewhere not in front of a TV screen, you just need to download the app, and you can watch your news live on your favorite station. Radio is also available there on the app. NiText is our bulk SMS platform. If you want to send a bulk SMS to many users, we have that facility for you. Viusasa ni ile nusu ya kuonana. We do a lot of videos on demand there on Viusasa. It's a very popular platform. ViewPay is a cash payment platform, and ViewTravel caters for your traveling needs. The digital numbers, for those of you who would be interested in advertising on our digital platforms, again monitored by independent companies. We have very good digital solutions, and we have good numbers. As you can see, Citizen Digital at 58% compared to the rest of them all. So we have good numbers there for your products. An important slide here, even on YouTube, we've not been left behind. Our Citizen TV YouTube page was the first to hit 1 billion views in Kenya in the category of news and entertainment. These numbers are good. We can see what to do with these numbers to also promote your brand so that you also grow with us. Now, in terms of products, there are some specific products that we thought would fit you. And what we bring to the table also as RMS is our experience, because we have advertised for most of you, then we have an idea of what works for real estate clients. If you watch Inoro today, you'll see we have quite a number of you. And majority of you have been, on for a long time. They've been long-term contracts. And knowing us, at Wanyoba, they don't just invest their money for the sake of it. They invest where there is profit. So please don't be left behind. So among the products that really have been working for the real estate sector are one that we call Power Talk. Now, Power Talk is for industry captains like yourselves, so to speak. Majority of you are probably directors, owners of companies. And we want to hear the story of your organization from the horse's mouth. And the horse, in this case, is you. So we give you either an interview where you come to studio, you come and tell us, you know, what your company is about, with the passion that you bring to the table. So in about 15 minutes, if it's on Citizen TV, we can get you on Thursdays. You know, Thursdays, the bulletin is called Tonight. It's done by Yvonne Okwara. There's a segment she does called The Explainer. That segment is for people like you to come and explain to us what business you are in, yeah, and what it entails. So with Yvonne Okwara, you can come to studio just before they do the news gang. She normally does that segment that is about 10 to 15 minutes. And we have recently been dedicating it to industry captains like yourselves to come and tell us your stories. So that is one of the things that we are offering at a discounted cost. On Inoro as well, we have Durumeni on Wednesdays with Mike Jenga. He's very good with these conversations. Last week we had the senator of Nakuru, who is Tabitha Karanja. She came. Yeah? We want to have conversations about land, about housing, and we want to host majority of you to studio. Yeah? So we have that Power Talk segment. At the same time, the messages that we can record, when you come to studio, you'll have about 10 to 15 minutes that is going to run live in studio. If you're camera shy, and I'm not, when I look around, I don't see anyone who looks shy, so you can handle a TV interview live. If not, we can, if you're not comfortable with live TV, we can record so that we have time to edit, you know, and run what you're comfortable with after you approve. So we are giving you that option of Power Talk. I'll be telling you about the cost later. The other one is launching PAD. We know you are launching different projects in different places. We want to walk the journey with you. We want to make sure that you also get media coverage. And that's why we want to be your media partners of choice, to walk the journey with you. Say, for example, you are launching a huge product in Mala or in Malindi or Nanyuki or wherever it is. We can be there with you to give you live links, to give you media coverage in the news at 7 and at 9, because we understand these projects are very important to you, and that's why you are launching them. We also understand the investment that you have put in there is not cheap. It's a lot of money. So when you launch properly, then you're likely to have an easy time also selling the project. And so we want to be your media partners. We have a sample of Power Talk, but I think for the sake of time I'll pass. We will be sharing with you people individually, maybe after this. Now, we have special packages, and Mr. Kahora alluded to that when he spoke. These are some of the packages that we are offering you today. What works for TV, friends, is what we call repeat messaging. If you have an advert, you have to run it over and over for Kenyans to digest and to start calling. And so the packages we have run at least, let's say like this one runs 6 times a day. And what we do is to distribute across the day, because we also don't want to target the same audience. Let's take an example of Inoro TV. Inoro TV, in the morning we have a very popular show by Kamau Akang'ethe and Njoroge. Inoro Roshine. It's very popular. People really watch that show. And we have a lot of politicians also coming to talk about different things for some of the segments. So it would be proper to have one of your adverts running there, because that's when most households are tuned in, most offices are tuned in, and you're likely to get value from that. As you move closer to the day, we do news bulletins at 1 p.m. Again, a nice segment for you to have your ad. As you go to the evening, we have music shows like Mwega Garo, those ones, there are many. Also very good segments, because you have young people who want to invest, they have money, they have good jobs, they are looking for something solid to invest in. So it would make sense to also have an advert there. And then, most important is also prime time, 7 p.m. news, 9 p.m. news. We are giving you that opportunity. During the commercial breaks, we have an advert running. And by the way, we have a team in-house that can help you put together your advert. Don't struggle about it. That is our forte. If you need production done, we are more than willing to help you with that. We have a team that is employed to deliver on clients' ads. So for this package A, it has about 6 adverts every day. You can see the way they are spread. On the rate card, it's about 600,000. Actually, it's 580,000. We are offering it today at 325,000 for those ones who can take it up quickly. This offer is valid for a period of time. We'll be telling you that later. We also have an option. In the event that you cannot get to 325,000, as Fred said, we are willing to accommodate you with another package we call B. The only difference is A has 6 ads a day, B has 4 ads a day. Also works well. But if you want more visibility, you buy package A. If your budget does not allow, we also have package B. Package B on the rate card on a normal day would cost you double that. So we have brought about 50% in terms of discount for you people today. Another popular product that we see from the real estate sector is the interviews. The beauty about interviews is that you get to tell your own story in your own words. You also get to interact with the audiences because we have open lines where people can call in and ask questions. You also have an opportunity to come and talk about anything that you want in regards to your company. The interview package, we do it during Kimore in the morning. We realize you're in business, so we also give you a bit of squeeze backs. A squeeze back is an L-shaped message that comes when the interview is going on. So you can actually sell your specific product there. You can be free to mention your contact details. You can be free to explain the features and the details of the project that you are selling. Does it have water? Does it have electricity? Does it have roads? Is it accessible? All those things. We also give you a clip, a short clip, that when the interview is running, we just cut the screen kidogo, and then we push it back, and we give you like an advert inside there. So if you're in studio and you're selling a project in Matu, for example, you can have your Matu advert running parallel to the interview. That is allowed. Then scrolls as well, the ones that scroll down there on the screen, they're also good for you. You can be scrolling the contact numbers for your customer care so that as you sell your products, then people are calling you. Then we have an entry-level package for those who really want to be on board and maybe budget is an issue. We give you a 45 seconds clip. This one we produce for you for free. Then it runs 4 times a day. We'll tell you what time it runs. We'll give you a schedule of how they run. And then you pay 40,000 shillings only for 1 day. Why 1 day? Is because, again, if you just do one advert, it may not have an impact. It is important to do it over and over across. That's why we encourage that you do per day, 40,000. Are those good offers for you? Maybe I should get some feedback. Are they good? I'm seeing people smiling, so I assume it's good for you. Citizen TV, just in case you are interested, again, they are good packages. Most people think Citizen TV is expensive. It's not. It's actually for people like yourselves. Please, you are welcome to taste Citizen TV. It's majority TV. It is going to be good for you. That station is also very highly watched. Now, we have a package of, we call it package C, 3 adverts a day on Citizen TV. And you know, when you advertise on Citizen TV, also the benefit is you not just reach Kikuyus, you're reaching the whole country. So there's also value in the brand exposure that you get when you advertise on Citizen TV. You become a mover and a shaker. Now when you are there, sasa watu wanakuogopa. So with about 455,000, you have a whole week. Those are about 21 adverts. You see, it's affordable. Yeah? Great. Then Power Talk with Yvonne Okwara, if you want, is about 800,000. We also have interviews on Citizen TV in the morning, during daybreak, with about 500,000. So when you think about the entire country, then you realize then these are good offers for you. Inoro FM, also for real estate, works very well. And we brought you the same entry-level package on radio. If you want to advertise your land or your property on Inoro FM, we are giving you that package that you can take advantage of. There is one more that we call sponsorships. Like the one Mr. Washuri is on, called Next On. Next On is a property that runs at least 6 times every day. So it's one of our station properties where we get to advertise what is coming next. So if you're watching Kumkumbagia, we are saying next on Kumkumbagia, then we bring something. And then it is brought to you by Optiven, for example. Those ones are also good for you. And the rates also know Gutemaga a bit for today. So we also have another one that is loved by real estate companies called News Montage. Tugesha Okereria. You've seen it. Currently it's with Monanchi Credit. It runs right in the middle of news, where when the news anchor is going on break, we say Tugesha Okereria, then it is brought to you by Golden Dreamland, for example, or Dhahabu, your company. That is perfect because it is during news. And we have a lot of other properties. We cannot tell you about all of them today. There are many, but we can customize for you based on your needs. Now, as I finish, we have one more project that we are doing. We are going to the diaspora as Royal Media. And yeah, I had a clap. Please clap for us. It's okay. So, in July, August, we are going to the diaspora, specifically to the US. Why the US? Is because of research. We've done research, and we've seen we have a lot of followers, we have a lot of radio listeners, TV viewers, who are in the US, and they're in different states. And we've not been to the US to just tell them thank you for being loyal to us. And so we decided we'll do a tour to the US from the first week of July to August. Why the first week of July to August? Because that will be summer there. And also schools will be closed there in the US. And so in a few minutes, Chairman, please allow me to take you through this. We are about to finish. This is the US tour, 2023 by RMS. And we are very popular when it comes to events. We don't disappoint. The introduction is simple. We have the top vernacular stations that broadcast in the different parts of the country. The ones that I showed you with the logos. We want to do, the dates have changed, ignore the May, June. We want to tour the US in July, August. Why? Because we've seen there is growing numbers in the US in terms of listeners and followers, even on our YouTube pages. Why? Because there are a lot of Kikuyu tribe people, Luos, and Kisis who are in the US. Our online platforms as well, in this digital era, have really increased interaction with our listeners abroad. And we thought it is important we go there and tell them thank you. And we are going with our presenters. So we have a whole itinerary of how we are going. I'll show you. But the objective is very clear. First, we want to appreciate our listeners. The same way we are saying asante to you here in Kenya. We want to go there and tell them thank you. Because it's a huge base for us. We also want to take the stations to the fans. To just go and interact with their presenters and all that. You imagine if you take Nyox Wakata to the US or Jeff, the excitement will be palpable. Then we also want to recruit more. As RMS, we believe in growth. So we want to keep growing, and we want to make sure that our numbers are good. And then we also want to bring you in as our partners so that you can go and showcase what you have to offer in the US. Next. There's a survey that was done by CBK last year showing the diaspora remittances that are flowing to Kenya. And the numbers are huge. So the remittances have grown tenfold the last 15 years to get to about 3.71 million US dollars in 2021. These remittances are sent through cash, through the formal channels, banks, money transfer companies, and mobile money operators. These remittances, also important to note, are regular. Those people are also consistent. They send money every month, mostly to their family members, to cater for their household needs, whether it is hospital bills, medicine, food, education expenses, etc. And then slightly over half of this money is allocated to investment in real estate. And that is you people. And others are, of course, paying mortgages and all that. Now, these Kenyans in the diaspora know their opportunities in real estate and in stock market and in government securities. But most of them, unfortunately, rely on their relatives to tell them. So we have these challenges that we want to solve. The challenge number one is identifying the right property. Because if I have a cousin in the US, if you have a cousin, they will rely on what you know. So if I'm buying in Nanyuki, you find my cousin is probably buying Nanyuki because they don't know anything else. Number two, negotiating for good prices. You know, when you're physically present somewhere, it's not like someone who is not physically present. So the person who is physically present will get an outright advantage of getting a better price. And then they don't have a lot of information in terms of how the real estate market is changing. So we want to go and tell them, where is our real estate sector right now? We make sure that they get sufficient information. And lastly, trust. Trust has been a big issue. And that's why I'm happy to see all of you gathered here today, because you want to sanitize your industry. It's about time. People have been conned, and it's not been funny. Those people, some of them get very discouraged. So we want to go and tell them the story that the real estate players have now come together, and the industry will now be devoid of con men and people who play dirty games. And so the timing for you and for us is perfect. So what opportunity do we see? Number one, we want to communicate about your product in a more targeted perspective. And by this I mean we are taking you to the US, we are going together, we meet our people together, and we sell to them. Then two, you want to showcase what you have to offer and what opportunities you expound. If in case anyone has a question, they can ask you. And then we're also taking you there so that we make sure that we know you already have clients in the diaspora. This is a chance to go and interact with them at a personal level. Then, most importantly, we want you to go and sell. As I said at the beginning, we know you are businessmen. ROI, return on investment, really matters. And we want to make sure that you go and convert on the spot so that by the time you come back, then you have made some money. What plans do we have as RMS? We want to really hype this tour. We want to make sure that everybody knows about it. So we'll be running a lot of promos on TV, on digital, on radio. And then these promos will have your association with your company. So we are saying we are going to the US courtesy of the people who will buy. And then these promos will be strategically transmitted during prime time and also across the day to make sure that people are expecting us. And we'll do that complete with your logos, your numbers, your taglines, and all that. Next, almost done. So what are we planning to do? A lot of diaspora tales. As we build up, we know those guys also have their own stories. So we want to go with our radio station so that they can tell us their stories on radio and on TV. Then we'll also create a hashtag. You know the value of hashtags in this day and age. So we'll be saying hashtag your company, tagging RMS, and we are doing that together so that we make sure that we also give you the online visibility that you need. So all these things we'll do together. In terms of costs, we'll be willing to discuss with you guys the costs as we move along. But we have some special offers. What I would want to show you as I finish is the itinerary. Where are we going? What states?
We shall give you an opportunity later for those who are concerned. You shall get even a loud table, and then you discuss with them, and then you give them the rates. Also, we shall discuss the rates also that can be fit for us. Thank you muno no aria wega. Ni mathaa marathira. Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo in this juncture kanyamu gaka keherio. Tuko na watu wengi sana wazuri. Unajua hata nilikuwa nimestuka username Darigo kai wagithie mundu wa Ngai. Riu topic yaku ikwario no. So nilikuwa nimestuka nikashindwa kwani unataka watu waende. Kwa hivyo we are going to make sure that everybody who has a segment will have his time. So kindly bear with us. Kile tutaomit tu ni tukua tukunywe chai saa hii, lakini wacheni tu tukule lunch ikiwa pamoja so that we can give our patron an enough time, an ample time, na najua mtakuwa comfortable. Si ni sawa? nä niä ngå coordinate maundu mothe kaigua thina. Na niseme kwamba we are so grateful surely for getting this time, na hawa watu wa Royal Media pia mnafaa mnunulie Kahora chai kwa sababu yeye ndiye aliwaweka hapo. Sasa na amefanya kazi mzuri. Mtiki muhe rohe. Kwa hivyo Fred ni mtu anajua kusave the opportunities na anazifix vilivyo. So surely we want to give you this time and you speak to your people. These people has been following you for that long time, na ameona vile unafanya. Pia unaweza tupatia siri ya kutonona tukipata pesa. Isipokuwa nilikuja kwa ofisi yako nikaona kataga hapo ati nitembea kwa stairs na ni 22 floors. Kawisha tembea ati keep fit by walking in the stairs for 22 floor. Hiyo ni utuirathiri isio iki. Kwa hivyo tunataka tuweke mikono yetu pamoja and welcome CEO Optiven Mr. Washuri. Karibu sana.
I think we can stretch. Let's stretch.
As you stretch, for RMS, one thing we want to ensure to assure you is that now we are your agents. Before you give someone airtime, a lot of airtime, you shall also be consulting us. So that, amasi hivyo. Yes, we shall also be bargaining also for them. Ndivyo msikue tena kwa shida, tukue kwa shida. Ndivyo sasa kabla mkuje mumulike, mseme that huyo ndo gazeti yo yathomirwo. Ndivyo sasa kabla iandikwe kwa gazeti na isomwe, tunakuambia huyu alipitia haya na our committee inaangalia hayo maneno, so tupatieni the next 6 months. Ama si namna hiyo. Because somehow mtu anaweza kuwa amepata fraud, pesa yake imeenda na kuna customers ambao wanamfuata nyuma. Kabla mtangaze, mnakuja pia kwetu. Lakini also on the same, ndio maana tukuwaletea hawa watu wote. Muangalie kwa sura sana. And bado hatujapata team, and we are still sanitizing also all of us. Thank you.
Can have your seats. Wow. Good afternoon. Hey, Leo, I think this is something that we need to be proud of, that for the first time, the people who do land have come together. I know that we are in other associations, like I'm a member of Kenya Properties Developers Association. But even when I was there, you feel your issues are not properly handled. So allow me, we appreciate our chairman, with the, one time he told me, George, I'm willing to leave Maono to ensure that the industry is breathing. And Bona Chairman, we value you. We are here to support you. We shall support you all the way. And of course, your team. I know that you have been meeting in Thika, and we are usually represented. So all the officials to apige makofi. And one thing I'm happy about is that with this kind of association, we are going to develop, to empower our industry. Our industry was literally dying. But your presence, this association of real estate stakeholders, is going to revitalize, energize the real estate. I am a believer, Liz, that there is no competition. At the media, hamuna competition. For us at Optiven, we call them compliments. Our industry is so huge. We are operating at 2%. When I see my brother username at Gong, hata aliniambia ameuza amemaliza, mimi ndio naingia. Nikaenda huku Kisumu, ako hapo. And we are all selling. Because our industry is massive. And that's why yesterday we had a long meeting with some team members. And Andrew, we missed you. I think I saw Andrew. Yeah, we missed you, man. We have a council of elders. Wakuangalia maneno. And we are saying we are going to mentor our members that even if you are selling next to each other, usikate signage ya mtu. You know, one time I was doing a manage project. Every time you do a signage, inangolewa. Nikasema hii ni rahisi. Nikahire watchman 24 hours at 2,000 per day. The first day tukaweka makara zetu vizuri. Jamaa akakuja anafanya nini? Anakata, tukashika. Kumbe tu ni rafiki yangu amemtuma. Nikampigia simu, bwana so and so, surely can you do this to me? I'm your brother. Kutoka siku hiyo signage ikafanya nini? I was talking to, I think, either Esther or somebody. Watu wa Ruiru, mko na hiyo tabia. Let me tell you, the time you cut off somebody's signage, unajiloga. Your company will sink. Na huyo mtu ataendelea mbele. So, this thing I call scarcity mentality, we leave it. We have enough for everyone. You know, I was telling a chairman, as we are in Congo, and we are lonely. Hakuna watu huko. Si hata Kariuki nikwambia, hakuna watu. I told my friend Washira Almond, we are lonely there. The other day we are in Rwanda. So Africa needs us. Inatuhitaji. Watu wa Ruiru, you have to graduate from being a village champion to be a national champion. Kila mtu hapa Ruiru. Kwani Ruiru kuna nini? Kuna dhahabu. Mtoke huko. Pastor, toka huko bwana. Twende huko Dala, Kisumu. Twende Marsabit. Lodwar needs us. Munazunguka tu hapa Ruiru. Watu wa Ruiru nawapenda. I love you guys. I'm just challenging ourselves, right? And my topic is very easy. How do we overcome our real estate challenges? And there are many. We cannot even finalize. But before we go to challenges, I want to recognize, because you have media with us, the role that we play as real estate. Because when people think of land selling, wanaona pesa mingi, na hiyo pesa sio yetu. That money is bank money. That money in the account is your staff money. That money, in fact, nusu imekuliwa na landowner, because you don't own lands, do we? Me, I only have a small piece in Kenya. I was given by a late mother. All the others are not our properties. We buy. So when, sorry to say, hawa watu marafiki zetu sitataja, wanasema watu wako na pesa. Hiyo pesa kwanza ni yao, wanakula mingi pia hawa. Mutaona figures hapa. So even as our MC is saying, even before you expose our members, speak to the elders. They are here. Yeah. I don't know why I read the news. Bad news sell fast. Very quickly. You know, one day did this greenhouse manenos. Remember that con woman who conned 7 of us? And some are here. We are here. And somebody called me. We are just about to go on a story. There's a hot story on media. But thank God for networks. Hiyo ingeenda tungekuwa chini. Mimi ningekuwa Kieni saa hii. Huko. And we were able to handle. We paid money that never came to us. Partner ameshukua pesa, ameenda. Munaenda kotini, anasmile, akiwa kotini anakuja na notebook. Kotini. Na notebook too. And then we were able to handle it. Actually, I'm doing a book. It's called After Pledge. We paid 500 people. Money never came to Optiven. And those who saw the story, Optiven pays X amount of money to customers, diaspora, local. These are the challenges we face. And I'm so happy that the association is now exposing people who defraud real estate. The other day, we shared on a platform a certain mama who have been calling people in Ruiru also. Georgia. I said, I thought I met this lady selling us a property in Gagudo Road. Nikasema, wow, look at the power of sharing information. So this association, other than lobbying with government and other factors, we are going to expose people who defraud us. Hapa hakuna mtu hatuna story. Kila mtu amepoteza pesa. When I started real estate, I had saved for 10 years. I had my own 5 million. I went to Syokimau. 3 men. Nikalipa. At that time I think I was stupid. Sikujua kuna two titles, kuna fake na kuna original. Ninafanya search lands, inatoka. Banki nafanya, haitoki. Mimi nafanya, inatoka. Banki nafanya, haitoki. So when I confronted them, they closed the office. They had a small office in a Tansi building. They closed. Wakazima simu. And that was a lot of, it was 2008. That was a lot of money then. I was down for a year. Closed the office. I could not even pay county fees. And my office was Uhuru Park. My Bible, a notebook, and a pen. Money went. Na Kenya ni kubwa. I've never seen these guys. This country is big. I've never seen them. That's why for us, the members of the association, you know, tuko na kazi. Because even in the midst of us, we already have 4 people we are going to meet. And when we meet you, we don't meet you to crush you. We shall meet you to ask you questions. Watu wamegoja title for 5 years. Unafanya nini? Unadu? We'll meet you to ask you, you are registering your 15th, 20th company. Unatoka hapa, unaenda pale. Unafunga hii, unafungua ile. Tutakuuliza maswali. We'll give you time ya kuokoka. We'll give you time. Please sanitize your name. So when you are called by the elders, don't say, Washiri ananionea. Mimi ni patron. Elders ni wengi. Utaulizwa maswali, uambiwe tafadhali, clean up your name. Let me tell you, the time we registered Association of Real Estate Stakeholders, the comments our chairman has gotten. Kuna mtu alipigwa picha na yeye. Comments zinakuja, washa huyu mtu. Ako na milioni yangu 10, ako na yangu 5. Tafadhali go clean up your name. We are urging you. Remember, we are saying we are all on probation. Kuna watu watarudishiwa pesa yao, ile umetoa utarudishiwa. Because you only need one rotten potato to amulikwe na RMS. We will be done. We will be finished. So we'll give you time. Because even Jesus Christ came for the sinners. Those who are sinning, they were told, repent. We'll tell you to repent, refund people's money like Optiven did, then we'll give you a certificate. And that certificate will be expiring every year. Because you can be a very good man today or a woman. Unatoa title na wiki 3. Wengine mna overpromise. Never overpromise. After 1 year, siko kwa association. Unaanza kukula mali ya watu. And I'm so happy that everybody is ready to move with this train. This train is already working. Somebody called me from National Lands Commission. I think aliona article kwa gazeti. Kasikia mimi ndio patron. Akaniambia, mimi ni senior officer hapa kwa National Lands Commission. But can I join the association? I also do properties. Nikasema hii kitu watu wameiona. We are getting calls every day because if you're not going to be in association, you'll be an outcast. Ni kama mtu, we are in Nakuru here. It is Nakuru, eh? You are in Nakuru, you are a pastor. You are not part of the pastors association. Utahubiri wapi? So all those are online. I think you have about 3,000 people online. If you are doing real estate, whether you're in Marsabit, Kakamega, wherever, please quickly get in touch with the officials. And our number is there. You're going to post it. We are going to tell you our expectations, the challenges that we face. But before I go that, let me see a few roles that we do as real estate. One of the things that we do, and the government knows, we open up new areas. By the way, without you guys, hii town mnaona hii matown zote hakuna ingekuwa. You go there, you do roads. My friend here in Kitengela, unatengeneza huko. Watu wanaingia. Then the government follows. And I was telling the chairman, the next meeting we will bring the CS. Not for address, round table. We talk to him on a round table. And we shall request them to come with the PS. Challenges that we are telling Wakili, my good lawyer, Eva, we shall now tell to the government directly. They call it, I'm a member of KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We do round tables. We shall do a round table. That way, we sort out issues quickly. Adi sasa is a challenge. I'm sure we can sort it out. So we open up new areas. Number 2, what we do, we are creating jobs. Oh my goodness. Optiven, we are 500 employees. 500. And we are still hiring. We are creating jobs. So for you as an entrepreneur, somebody said, you guys, I think you don't even enjoy your money. All the money you make, this money we pay the banks, we pay the media, we pay the taxes. You know, you don't enjoy it. You are creating jobs to our people. So the government need to recognize if there are people creating jobs, ni hawa watu wa real estate. And I know they are listening. I've seen a very senior guy plugged in on our page. Anasikia. Job creation. Number 3, what we are doing, and we must be recognize it, is contribution to our GDP. Contribution to our GDP, our country's growth. I was getting some statistics from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that last year, 2020, we contributed 252.3 billion shillings. Tujipigie makofi jameni. Yeah. We contributed to our GDP. That's huge. That's massive. And we must appreciate ourselves. Sometimes tunajipiga sana. One challenge, tunajipiga. Tunakuwa stressed. Yet we are contributing. Number 4, what we are doing, we are paying massive taxes. If there are people who pay taxes, ni watu wako hapa kwa hii nyumba. Sometimes I see the money we pay government, and we are many. I think Kariko was telling me, we are about 16,000 land sellers, right? Maybe effectively, we could be 10,000, because like Optiven, we have more than 5 real estate companies. If we buy a property, we register Galaxy Limited Real Estate. When we sell off, we give it to the homeowners. Maybe effectively, we could be 10,000. How much money are we paying on taxes? Huge. I was looking at the data, 2020, taxes and fees, we did more than 20 billion. Na hiyo ni pesa, hiyo ni loan ya serikali. So serikali kwa sababu mnasikia, sisi ndio walipaji kodi. Kwa hivyo msituchape sana. Na sasa tumejiuda vizuri. Sasa tutakuja kwenu serikali. Tunakuja. We are coming and we are many. I'm so happy to see the hall is to capacity. Yani hata viti hakuna. Jamani. I'm very excited as a patron. Number 5, we are literally providing shelter to our people. When I go to Kagudo Road, I see what you guys are doing. People are building left, right, and center. They are building. The government has been trying, and the financial institutions have been trying to provide shelter, homes to people, but they are only able to do 25,000. Can you imagine? According to central bank data. You guys in your projects, people are building. Over COVID, and my brother knows, Kitengera, there were no trucks. They were all busy. People are building over COVID. That means we are doing a good job. In fact, they say majority of people build their homes without borrowing. Where they get the money, maybe you need to discover. Number 6, real estate is critical driver to urbanization. And you guys, you're in that platform. It's according to UN Habitat. Today, 35% of our population are living in towns and urban areas, including where you are opening up in Matu. Can you imagine opening up towns in Matu? You guys are doing a good job. If I was the president, I would reward you. You're doing a good job. However, the same data from UN Habitat says by the year 2030, 50% of our population will be in urban areas. Tunaona kazi iko. The market share is big. Kazi iko. Kazi ni mingi. By the way, tutazeeka na shamba itakuwa ikiuzwa. Do you know our population in Kenya, we only occupy less than 30% of the entire area. And you know the center of Kenya is Isiolo. Na sisi wote tunapigania tu hapa Nairobi. Hapa karibu tu, hapa karibu tu. We are now even repaying. And I don't understand why you can buy a property at 20 million and then subdivide it and sell. That money can be more productive elsewhere. Kwanza hapa Kikuyu. Most of you are here hapa Kikuyu. Mimi hapa nimekataa kwenda. Yusa nimwenda huko. Land is too expensive. So we must appreciate my good friend AMG. Ako hapo. I don't know how you are doing it. Land is expensive. expensive there, very expensive. So tupanuke, tutembee twende huko Masabeti huko na Lodwar na tuitane kama vile naita watu Kinshasa. Na pia watu kujeni twende DR Congo. Tunaitana. Urbanization. So we are contributor. You know, one day we were doing a theme park in Kitengela. It's called the GMC Fun Place. It's a theme park for children. And then I made a joke. I said, we are moving Kitengela from old Kitengela to the new. You know, the other day I went there. We are now sandwiched. Sete imetembea. Kwanza huyu ni contributor wa Kitengela. Ametembea huko past Saitoti. People are building urbanization. So it's real. So maybe what the government should do is to engage us. For example, I was talking to one of the PSs and I was telling him, these companies spend money on infrastructure. Boreholes, Sidio Ruben. We are spending money on power. Mpaka una masaji Kenya Power kuletea transformer. Na unangoja. Why can't they say, if you do infrastructure, you get some tax rebate? Can you imagine? Tutawajengea mabarabara mpaka za kablo. Because most of our money goes to infrastructure. And you know nowadays, selling bare plot, utajiuzia. Hiyo utajiuzia. Mteja anataka kuona maji, aone stima, aone miti, aone barabara, unless you are selling Baulala na huko Malindi. Hata wewe hujui ita develop lini na kiu unauza. Wengine mpaka huko Lamu. Anyway, God help us. Mungu atusaidie sana. Actually, even mine are watching, eh? Something else that we also research does is we are the anchor to other industries. The anchor to other industries. We have surveyors in the house. Yeah? And we support many other industries. The builders, people who do schools, people who do supplies. Like right now you're talking about solar. Can you imagine? That means we are doing, other than our own businesses, we are anchoring others. So we play a very important role. What are some of the challenges, that's my topic, that we experience? For us, we've been in business for 23 years. So we have encountered these challenges. We have gone through them. And I want to encourage the young ones. You're also going to overcome them. One of them is fraud or fraud, depending on where you went to school. And I know during lunch, ask your neighbor, have you ever been scammed? Most of us have been scammed. Most of us, if not 80, 90%. And the people who scam us, they do it to you, they come to me, they go to somebody else, and they get away with it. They go to courts, they have the money. So they use your money to do what? To find their ways. How do we get a solution on this? One of the strategies is sharing information. So, Bwana Chairman, don't tire to share the information of people who scam real estate. We can share that information. Another challenge I have experienced is fraud to our customers or fraud to our customers. We go out there, buy a property, we cannot produce deeds. You know, I do mentorship at the George Washington School mentorship. I'm currently mentoring about 8 real estate young companies. And one of them have got a very serious challenge. He told me, George, I went, saw land, very good land. Agreed with the owner. I pay 10%, balance in 4 months. And he told me, in my mind, I thought I would sell quickly. Went there, subdivided, and started getting what? Deposits. Mwezi ya kwanza, imeisha. Hajauza 10%, hata 8%. Mwezi ya pili, hajauza. Mwezi ya tatu, panic mode. Mwezi ya ine, pay me my money. This owner now came and demolished the fence. Shamba sio yako. Customer ameshaanza kukuwekelea deposit. You know the installment manenos. Then the guy told me, I am depressed. Tell me, how do I sort it out? How do I solve it? I told him, where do you bank? I am in this bank. Nikampeleka huko. Hapo ndio alisaidika kidogo. But I told him, next time, before you acquire land, don't sell it. I'm happy that our chairman said we are going to talk with the financiers on how they can be able to support our members favorably, so that you have bought this land before you sell it. And I'm sure, even most of our members have got challenges. It's the same story. Unawekelea ka 10%, unaanza kuuza. In anticipation, watu watafanya nini? Watanunua. Inakukalia. I know I'm speaking to somebody. I'm speaking to somebody. Another challenge, number 3, that we face in this industry of ours is high cost of borrowing. High cost of borrowing. You know, so the new government removed the control of interest rates, and immediately we got letters. We have revised our interest rates. Immediately, hata wiki haikuisha. And then one of the biggest disaster we have now is the cost of infrastructure bond. They are now paying people at 14.3%. You know, a friend of mine went to a bank and the loan was cancelled. Then akaambiwa, your books are okay, but you have cancelled the loan. You know why? We are able to sell this money to government at 14.33. Wewe ni 16 na hatujui kama utalipa. You are high risk. And people view us as high risk. Maybe chairman, next time, our next forum, we shall bring maybe 1 or 2 banks. We also tell them how we feel. Oh, they are here. Siko nimekuona. She'll answer that question. Rebecca, the CEO for Family Bank. Thank you for coming. I value you. The high cost of, so chairman now to negotiate na Rebecca. But she's a wonderful lady. High cost of borrowing. And remember, when you borrow at 18% or 20%, let me tell you, even if you buy land and double, you'll struggle. I was telling somebody, if you borrow money to buy land, subdivide and sell, if that project goes beyond 2 years, it's a loss. Ikipita 2 years, washida, hiyo unashomeka. Utarudi mfukoni. You go down. And I'm happy that we have one of the top bankers here in the house that tusaidia how to navigate. Another challenge, number 4, is unethical business practices in land selling. Unethical. In yetu, we talk in a whisper. In yetu. Unethical. Andrew has put his content, you know, and you go to Andrew's content, your social media people copy and paste. Na wewe ni CEO, wewe ni MD. Hiyo inaitwa wizi. Theft of content. And I'm sure the disciplinary committee will be handling that. You go to Google and use Karaoke's name. You Google Premium, Karaoke, kampuni yako inakuja. Hiyo pia ni nini? Unethical. We have been doing interviews, and I interviewed somebody from another real estate that has closed. And they closed 4 years ago. And then she told me they were taught. Ukiona Kahura ame-advertise na kuna leads, wewe enda hapo mining. And by the way, it's not unique. We had a gentleman, and one time he did that. We fired him. Another kwa other people's pages. Wanaitaga mining. So if you are CEO and MD, please, that one is unethical. Vandalization of signages, hiyo nilisema. Ngoja watu advertise. Hakuna competition. Hata Kongo haijakatwa, na Kongo ni 4 times bigger than Kenya. Sidio? Lodwar iko, Marsabit iko. Tutoke Kitengela. Hata Garissa. Na Turkana. Hata hapo Garissa ukitaka kuweka balloon. Useme maono juu itaonekana. Unethical business. And here the competition. The other day I was doing some dispute resolution. Is your association my own? Somebody had gone to a witch doctor for him to sell. Nikasema surely Jesus Christ lives, right? Wake up in the morning, pray, say today I'm going to sell, and you will sell. You don't need to consult this black market. Utaumia mbuli, utapata accident huko buli. Kuja kwa Yesu, uliza hapo, takujibu. Unethical business practices. How do you overcome this? The association is crafting code of conduct. Sidio Bwana Chairman? Yeah, we are crafting code of conduct, including stealing or poaching others people's employees. Itakuwa hapo. As you have a policy in Optiven, if you are working for another real estate, we can't hire you. Unless I call that CEO nimuulize, huyu mtu alitoka, amefanya nini? Ama ufishe, useme I've been hustling in the village. We don't do that. So we are working on code of conduct. Number 2, how do we overcome unethical practices? Mentorship. I know most of us are very young in real estate. The 2 gentlemen who came here, what were their names? Mawega. Enda hapo tu watembelee. Uliza tu maswali. They will tell you stories. And no, the more you age, the more stories you tell. That's why for me I love stories. Because soon I'm retiring. Mentorship. Let them mentor you. I think they told us, usione pesa vikiria ni yako. No, that money is for other people. Yeah. Me, I tell people the car I drive is on loan. The car I drive is on loan. I can't pick money from Optiven to buy a car. No. I am paid a salary like anybody else. But when you see that that money in the account, unaweza kutoa nyumba, wapi gali, wapi suti. My friend, utalia, cash flow management. So we need a mentorship. And I think that's what we are doing here. We also need a training on ethical practices, a whole training. Hiyo chairman anatutafutia. Another challenge we face, especially across the industry, is poor leadership. Uongozi, poor leadership. We are leaders, but you have refused to upgrade our upstairs. Remember, you are leading people. John Maxwell said the best leader is the one who develops other leaders. Don't develop followers. Once you work on leadership, this industry is going to be different. Because in leadership, and as you learn, you are able to manage your cash flow better. You're able to put structures. And that's why for me, on George Washuri School of Mentorship, I emphasize on leadership. I don't know how many here are my mentees. By the way, I mentor also real estate. If you are my mentee, just raise your hand. Ametoka. This is one of them. Karaoke is one of them. Yeah. If you're starting real estate, we are here to mentor you. Number 6 challenge. I think this Wakili talked about it. Government regulations that affect our industry. Decisions are made and you are not there. Kahola. Decisions are made. Mtu anaamuka asubuhi anasema X amount of money for you to register real estate. Na haja consult. Now we warn them. We warn you guys. Those decisions, we are going to be in there. And you cannot be in there as an individual. As an association, we can be able to participate. Government regulations. The other day, they changed capital gain tax. They never consulted anyone. From 5% to 15%. In fact, the time they were changing, I was negotiating for a property. Ya Muhindi. Akaniambia, sasa wewe, utaongeza 15% on top. I thought the Muhindi was joking. Na akaongeza bei. Where does that change go to our customers? And I believe we can still negotiate this 15%, Chairman. I believe it. We can negotiate. It is possible. At least we're at 7%. 15% is punitive. And it's going to kill business. Now, there's another challenge on regulations. The mix of policies. I don't know, you're in Kitengela. They are now charging us freehold 4% tax. Depending on whom you meet there. They are now charging freehold rates. Sijui kama Ruben meona hivyo. Watu wako wamekuambia. Ukienda kujenga unapewa. No, this is not 2%. This is the rates now. And they put figures. Either 8,000 a year, 12,000 a year, depending. Maybe these are things that we need to negotiate with the counties. And when you have that challenge, please share. I was so happy when I saw in the platform, people are getting faint titles. Hapo tu, Andrew akafanya harambe. Ulipata pesa gapi mzee? 67,000 ikaraisiwa in an hour. 67,000. Machine was bought, titles were clean. Umeona umoja ni mzuri, umoja ni nguvu. I don't want to say delay of titles. I think someone talked about it. The slow rate of digitization. That is part of the regulation. Very slow rate of digitization. The ADISASA. Maybe that's a big topic that we can discuss with the CS. Yeah? To see how we can do it. I know lawyers have been trying. I think they had even done a demo. Ever. You did a demo. Didn't materialize. Niliona mawakili wakidemo because of ADISASA. But we'll be able to partner with the government to see what we can do. What are the solutions? Number one, lobbying. Part of the duty of this association will do a lot of lobbying. We shall engage them, we shall speak to them, we shall look for them. I was so happy when we were starting, we were able to meet Wetangula, and a few politicians. We even met the guy who was, wanted to discuss the bill. So lobbying is real. Number two, engage county and national government on levies. Many cities are becoming municipalities, like Nanyuki, Kitengela. So it comes with taxes, but you can be able to participate in their discussions. How do we overcome this? Support government registries. Some of them are very frustrated. Unaenda pale Kajiado, the flank machine is not working for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. With what Andrew did with the team, I think we can do something. Engage parliamentarians, senators on our issues. We can do that as an association. Participate in geospatial discussions. Did you how many people have seen the Kajiado geospatial? Umeiona? And it has changed, by the way. Imechange kidogo. We need to ask ourselves, did we participate? We need to participate. I am hearing, like Ipia, they are also discussing geospatial. Yeah. So we need to participate on that. That's a solution. As I conclude, I know people are hungry. Another challenge we are facing is high cost of land. I don't know what is happening in Kenya. Very high cost of land. I don't know how many people want to invest in Kiambu. Yani unaambiwa bei ya shamba, Kiambu unashangaa 40 million an acre. Utauzaje? Na utaweka barabara, uweke stima, uweke nini? You just walk away. All the municipalities, land is just going up. I don't know how we can handle that. Maybe we'll bend it. The last one is dealing with unrealistic sellers. Yeah. Mtu akisikia unataka kununua shamba na uko na kampuni. Siku hizi when you buy land, you don't say Optiven. You say Optiven, they double. Yeah, they just double. People have become unrealistic. And that's a huge challenge. But with the association, we could be saying, maybe land near Loiro, these are the ranges. Kitengera, these are the ranges. So that you don't go there and wanasema hata fulani alinunua hapa. Kahura was here na amelipa deposit. That's what they do. Hey, alikuwa hapa. And then you pay more. Maybe we can discuss in our closet. Sasa hii ni yetu. Producing fake deeds. Hii ni yetu sasa. Hii ni in-house. There are members who produce fake deeds. Ukienda kufanya search, unakamatwa. Tuambie hii title imetoka wapi. Hiyo nitashare chairman. Lakini iko within some scenarios. I hope you are not in this meeting. Somebody told me that when people come together, they can conquer the world. And I want to encourage you that this unity we have seen, let us continue. Yesterday we had a meeting with the leaders who are managing this association. And I felt very confident that we're in the right direction. Of course, I got a few calls, saying, hey, chairman anapata publicity sana. Nikamwambia ndio, tutampatia more. Tunataka chairman akisimama. Hakuna mtu atauliza, na ile kampuni ya 50 by 100 ni gani? Anajua huyu ni chairman. We can only be strong if our chairman is strong. Let's support him. Sometimes ako stressed. Eda tu encourage, mwambie, hey, chairman, you are doing a good job. And his officials, just say, hey, Bwana MC, you're doing a good job. That way, we shall go far. You know why African government we fail? Immediately the president is elected to social media. Huyu ni bure, huyu ni nini. We are not like that. We shall support you, the chairman and your committee, all the way to the end. Tutakudefend paka huko kwa social media. When the industry expand, we all expand. For me is to wish you all the very best. And you may not find me in the afternoon. The same patron amepotea. Nitakuwa online. But I'll be traveling tonight. I'll go where Nani was. My good friend Guitar was. Then atanipata huko. So I value you. Thank you for participating. Thank you for coming. Together we can do more. Let me tell you what I see these companies do. You are going to triple. Because the environment is going to be so receptive. Sio kama sahi, it will be receptive and everybody atakuwa akishuna matunda. So no competition. We can only compete with ourselves. You're not competing with anyone. You are competing with ourselves. Once you have that mentality, the abundance mentality, will go very far. May God bless you and do you good. Asante sana.
Let us appreciate Mr. Washiri. And he has forgot to mention about his books. He have, or you can do it better than me, because you are the author. Naweza sema mambo ya how I love you.
Wow, thank you. You are a very kind man, you know. Yes, I am an author. This is Soul Like an Eagle. This is my story. And I encourage people who are in business to read this book because personally, I did over 15 businesses that never worked, that failed. Actually, the first real estate business is the time I lost 5 million. No office, 1 year, no job, umesoma, upati kazi. And I was very depressed. At one point, I had different shoes. You know, I went to the washroom at about 3 p.m. After finishing the business, I looked myself. I discovered the shoes were different. So this is a book that you read, you wonder, God works if George is here. One time I had an attack by Pathfinder when I was a young boy, and I was dead for 2 months. 2 months, unconscious. The story is here. One day, as a family, we spent 5 days without food, 1984. The story is here. You read this book, if you don't shed a tear, you must be a brother or a sister of Hitler. This book. This book. And this book is 1,000 shillings, and George does not eat a cent. The entire money goes to the Optiven Foundation, whereby we are sponsoring 543 children, total orphans, in 47 counties to access education. You know why? As a person, I am a product of Harambee. We were so poor in our family. We were 8 of us. And going to school, people did a fundraising for me. The fees was 340. We could only raise 80 shillings, you know. So the story is here. People read this, they get encouraged. Did you, Mr. Karaoke? You umeisoma. It's a good book. So Mugo is here. He works in the foundation, and you can get a copy. The other one is for mentorship. I mentor business people through my school, George Washiri School of Mentorship. We are now doing cohort 4. I call it How to Start Small and Build an Empire. I say that when I retire, I think I'll just be doing mentorship. So I love mentorship. And when I wrote this, someone told me, George, you are crazy. How can you offer your secrets of success? I said, yes, I want to create millionaires, 1 million millionaires. It's 1,500. The entire money goes to the foundation. And I also invite you. I'm launching another one called After Pledge. You know, after we lost money through that partnership you are aware of, I did a book. You know, me when I'm stressed, I write. Ukinifinya, mimi naandika. Ukifinya, mimi naandika. I'm a blogger, a YouTuber. So I've done a book. That book, you read it, it will educate you on how to evaluate partnership. Because you know our mistakes, we know where we went wrong. And it's coming out on 24th of July. It's also available on Amazon. You can Google it after the pledge. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Na ni vizuri tununue hizo vitabu, na hakuna kitu kizuri kama kuandika, na kuandika is tiresome. I have written 2 books, and I'm also on the process of writing other 3. so I know how tiresome it is to write a book. So kindly muonyeshe upendo na kununua hizo vitabu. Unajua atauliza ule kijana anunua vitabu gapi? So it is good to do so, na pia sisi itatusaidia kwa ile mambo ambayo iko. We are about to go for lunch, na tuko na CEO Family Bank ambaye amekuja na tumeshukuru sana. Nakuja tu ametulia hivi, kwa na expect nitaona bodyguard akiondoa watu. So let us use this chance to atakuwa na few minutes tuambie kile pia ametuwekea, then from her we shall break for lunch, na ndio kila mtu aweze kukula, also as we do the media pale nje, na najua tutabarikiwa. Then in the afternoon tutaingia kwa hao speakers wengine. Tuko na Dhahabu, tuko na Username, tuko na EMG, na najua wote they are were loaded for our message, na najua you will never be the same again. Thank you for all speakers who have spoken, na najua yote unaenda ukishika kitu. Kwa hivyo nataka tu tuweke mikono pamoja as we welcome CEO Family Bank. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Mr. Kenywa Wairatu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Rebecca Mbithi, CEO Family Bank. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for bringing me out of Nairobi into this beautiful town called Naivasha. I want to thank the association for extending the invitation to myself as a person and also Family Bank to speak to you, and majorly your patron who I met in another forum and informed me about the existence of this association. And I was very delighted, extremely delighted to hear that the real estate stakeholders have formed themselves into an association. When you start to see a sector taking shape, and all of us have been in various professional bodies, when you start to see that sector taking form and shape, it's when you form yourselves into associations, because there you are able to articulate the issues that are facing you. You're able to form a formidable force. Let me not cheat you, Chairman. If you march to any lands office with this formidable group, people will listen, right? So you are on to the right. You are on the right path. I want to encourage you from the conversations I've had. I think you're at the start. So I want to encourage you. Some of us are in the Kenya Bankers Association. We started somewhere. Now it's a formidable organization that is able to command its membership, to be able to negotiate, to be able to enter into service charters, to be able to serve this community and to be able to bargain. Nowadays, when those laws are being brought into place, we are there, we are asked for our opinion. What do you think about this tax here and there? So I can tell you, you are on the right path, and I wish you all the best. Continue to fire the crucial conversations that streamline your industry. No industry does not have issues. The moment everybody has spoken, they've talked about issues in the banking fraternity, in the legal fraternity. Every fraternity has issues. But with this association, you'll be able to fire crucial conversations that streamline your industry. Now, as I was coming here, I asked myself, why am I, as Kenyans like to say, taking time off our busy schedules? Isn't that what they tell us when we go places? And I said, why am I taking time over? It's not really, it is busy, but it is worthwhile. But I said, why am I making time to come here today? And the one conclusion was that the real estate sector is bankable. It is a bankable sector. And why are we saying that? This sector plays a very crucial role in the economy. You can imagine when a report I read the Knight Frank Wealth Report 2023, which was published, I think, last year. And it says investment in commercial property comprises 40% of what rich Kenyans are holding in portfolio, 40%. And just to give you a comparative, stocks, Kenyans are holding 18% in stock. And as much as you might think they're your competitor, they're holding only 26% in government bonds. Aren't you then a formidable place where people are placing their wealth? And what do banks and financial institutions do? They follow where the wealth is. So real estate is a major, major contributor to this economy. And further, they're saying that Kenyans who are now a $1 million millionaires, you've heard of that phrase, $1 million millionaires, people who have above, now it's 135 million. They're saying 60% of them are actually choosing to invest in real estate, right? More than any other area. I want to confirm that the statistics, Patron, you shared are true. You are contributing to between 12 and 13% of our GDP. Knight Frank also is saying that Kenya is one of the top global real estate investment spots. Behind who? France, Spain, Italy, and UK. We need to clap for ourselves as a country. So if then you're that highly ranked, and when I talk about all the countries I've mentioned there, that's where the rich of the world want to play and have holiday homes. So when you say Kenya is following closely as the fifth from those investment hotspots, I think there is a lot of value coming in through for us. And we are being ranked second in Africa as where the Africa super wealthy individuals are seeking for their second homes. I happened to be in a program where we were hosting a group of Nigerians, very top, all CEOs and owners of companies. And all of them just coming into Nairobi, all of them kept saying, wow, we want a piece of the action. We want a piece, how do I get a piece of the action that is Nairobi? Because obviously we bring a lot of things. We have infrastructure, we have peace, and we also have a real estate and laws that enable people to be able to own homes. So I think I've made a case for why then you are a bankable sector, right? And when you streamline this sector, then the sky can only be the limit. I know that there's been ups and downs, and this is interesting. COVID itself provided perhaps a period of growth, but what we are all suffering from is the period post-COVID, which is what we want to call in another form a mild recession. So we are facing those challenges. We are seeing, as has been reiterated, a high cost of acquiring land, high cost of construction. There are all these challenges. Now, with all these challenges, the one thing, and we've said this is a sector that is bankable, the one thing that you need is then a financial partner who walks with you throughout this journey. And because I was asked to talk to you about financial management, I would have loved to quickly dive in and tell you that Family Bank is the financial partner of choice. I will come to that. I will conclude with that. But I thought it's important then I mentioned, because it's a reality, times are tough. A lot of you might have knocked doors, my doors, other banks' doors. And some of the words we unfortunately tell you is that for currently we do not have an appetite for real estate. Umesikia hiyo maneno? Hatuna hiyo maneno. The real estate is slow, sector is slow, right? So you definitely need a conversation, and that is a conversation I really wanted to have with you, because it is bankable. But what is it that we want to see as people in the financial sector to continue to make real estate bankable? Now, when we say that you're dealing in real estate, let me say that your primary commodity, i.e. property, is first and foremost a fixed asset. And those of you who've done some finance, a fixed asset is a long-term, have I repeated that word enough? A long-term tangible asset. So in other quarters, it's a good thing. It shows that you have a balance sheet capability, but it's long-term. So what do you do when you have a long-term asset? But the real nature of making money requires something we call liquidity. Agreed? And that's where you start to see those conversations happening. No appetite, slow down, and all that. Now, if I look at the three areas that you deal with as a real estate sector, first and foremost, you've got some of you who are predominantly selling or renting out property on behalf of others. Now, when you're selling and renting out property for others, it means that you're not holding that real estate in your books. So that lies with somebody else. There are some of you who are owning property for you to sell to other people. Now what happens is that real estate starts to sit in your books. It means you have to incur the capital expenditure to buy that property. And lastly, a lot of you and some of you are in property management. So now, when you're in especially the second category, where you're starting to own the property yourself in your books, that's where then challenges start to happen. Because how do you start to create liquidity out of this asset? And you can. It's not all gloom and doom. Now, what you're facing in terms of liquidity is that there was a time, and you've talked about land in Kamulu. I've heard a lot about Ruiru. All of us at one time thought Ruiru was the place to be. If you're not in Ruiru, you do not have an asset in Ruiru, you're not an investor in Kenya. And those days, and I remember it was back in 2010 or before that, the property would sell overnight. Agreed. It would sell overnight. By the time you're even acquiring the land, they know you've acquired that 100 acres. They've booked it in advance. And because they desire it so much, they would also pay it in advance. Now, fast track to today. Of course, a lot of the factors are that they are macroeconomic factors. There's a slowdown in the economy. Agreed? So land is not selling as much as it should. So if you've put this asset into your books, how are you going to finance it? How are you going to be liquid to be able to pay the salaries of the staff that you have? So that's a difficulty you see. So you start to be then affected by that. Also, the prices have shot up. Perhaps what you would have bought some years, the price has increased, has doubled. So in terms of, because I want to address this issue of liquidity. If you crack this thing called liquidity, you crack your own cash flows, you also crack what we call in banking, that project being one that is viable and that is bankable. So in this tough environment, how do you still crack, right, the liquidity issue? And liquidity is making sure you have current assets, cash, near assets. That is what is called liquidity. First and foremost, I can tell you, number one, that liquidity and cash flows are still favoring affordable housing. Can somebody attest to that? You're the guys in that sector. Affordable housing, right? And if today you do come to a financial institution and you're in that sector, you will find a lot of support. The turnaround in that sector, I'm sure you can feel it, right? So liquidity is favoring affordable housing. Liquidity is favoring property for people who want to expand their businesses or start their businesses, the MSME segment. Am I talking to somebody who has land in Kamaki and somebody wants warehouses and godowns? Have you seen that trend? So liquidity is favoring that space. Liquidity is favoring certain offices, not all offices. I know there are quite a lot of office blocks that still have not been taken, but there are specific areas where office space is still in demand. Liquidity is facing residential rentals. So people who are constructing residential rentals I think in certain areas there's a lot of space, it's a lot of demand. We get a lot of requests as a bank for people who want to construct in Ruaka, Eastlands, Kitengela. So liquidity is favoring that place. And you find even the apartment blocks are getting full within a short time. The other one that we are seeing liquidity favoring and money following you is projects that have pre-sales. Projects that have pre-sales, they are projects you put, and I don't know what is the magic, where by the time you're even just advertising that project, you're getting more than 50% of sales. I can tell you, if you come to a financial institution and you have above 40% pre-sales, for us, we know that's a project that is going to break even. So liquidity is favoring that. So look at the pre-sales element. There's a lady who spoke here from Citizen who talked about a diaspora caravan. That is another place where liquidity is favoring. The diaspora market. They are liquid. They do not have many other opportunities for investment in their areas, in the countries where they are working. And now, interestingly, even as we go to the US, the other market that is opening up significantly is the Middle East. So diaspora remittances are creating the liquidity that you require in the real estate space so that you can be liquid. What is it not favoring? Because it's important we be clear, and this is where people start to talk to you about their risk appetite, financial position, concentration risk. I think the days of very large tracts of land for speculation, I think those days are beginning to, is it dwindle? Or the opportunities in that space are dwindling? And I think we must be cognizant, because this customer will perhaps give you a 10%, your purchaser will give you a 10% deposit, but then you're left without that other 90%. And he'll believe because he's given you that 90%, then you're entitled to hold that piece. And what we've seen, and this is a structure we've learned because of the problems we've had in the past, we would support you. You buy the large tracts of land, 300 acres, you start the pre-sales. The pre-sales stop at 10% deposit. The bank, the facilities continues to accrue. We are gracious even enough to have given you a year moratorium to be able to sell, or whatever moratorium we agreed with yourself. But I can tell you, however well-intentioned you are, if those sales are not coming through, you'll run into problems. It's also not favoring commercial and office premises in a big way. It's not favoring malls, unless those malls have anchor tenants. And what I'm seeing is some people are making sure that they even sign a contract with whoever is an anchor tenant, so that you're building. If you bring me as a bank a contract where so-and-so, the big supermarkets have told you, I want space here. If you construct, I am your anchor tenant, we've signed up. We actually are financing that particular segment. So for malls, commercial premises, anchor tenants, and signing pre-deals with them is working. The other one that is not favoring the real estate is projects, and those huge projects that I talked about without your own equity contribution, because it's very hard to get 100% contribution. Now, what is the way forward for you is look at where projects are favoring you in terms of liquidity, but most importantly, think about portfolio management and diversification. So if you are only in the project where you want to own the land before you subdivide, can you also in your farm have the other facets where you have the real estate where you're selling out, renting out? That helps you get some liquidity where you can say, I'm supporting my operations, my payment of facilities through this. How about also your farm, you diversify and you get in a little bit of the project? You call it property management. So fortunes do favor farms that are tending towards diversification and following the areas where I have said that they still cash flow and there's still liquidity. Now, let me quickly come to Family Bank. So Family Bank is your own local institution, 100% Kenyans by Kenyans, an institution that is 39 years old, an institution that prides itself of having grown on the back of financial inclusion. These are the local institutions that have come to support Kenyans where other institutions did not have the appetite to support. We are strong in the SME, MSME, corporate, and also we've been able to support real estate segments. We are the 5th largest in terms of branch presence in this country, with 93 branches and growing, and in 32 counties. And I believe this is a statistic that is important for you as you diversify out in the areas you've challenged yourselves to diversify. The bank has a total asset base of 128 billion, deposit and loan book of over 90 billion. Why are these statistics important for you? The bank has financial muscles to be able to support you in everything that you need to do. Now, we give property loans for the purchase of land for development, for single residential commercial units, purchase of multiple residential and commercial units, office blocks, go-downs, and light industry properties. In terms of our product features, we have facilities where the tenure is up to 10 years, depending on your type and purpose of the vehicle. The loan amount will depend on how well you can be able to then service that facility. Repayments are normally, customed to tailor your business cash flow. Security is normally the collaterals. A lot of you then will have the collateral in the properties that you have. We'll also give you working capital needs. We'll also give you cash flow, cash management needs. For those of you who are in property management, I know you have tenants who need to pay rent. We'll give you those channels. We'll give you internet banking. We'll integrate with you so that you can be able to know who has paid these facilities. Yes, to reiterate, loan facilities. And most importantly, sometimes when you have that extra cash flow for a rainy day, we also offer you investment instruments where you're able to save your money through fixed deposits. Through our custodial, we're also able to give you an opportunity to invest in the money market, to invest in government deposits. For those of you who have cash flow, we can also have call deposits where you're holding money for some time and you need to dispose of it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up my remarks by saying there's need for continued multi-sectoral government and all stakeholders intervention to be able to ensure that this real estate sector thrives. I think you've heard the numbers, what we talked about, your contribution to the GDP. Please own your space in that particular sector. Engage, we as sectors, engage the banking sector. I'm sure, Chairman, as you go through and you get all the round table feedback from your members, engage us as a sector, as Family Bank. We are here for engagement. Let's use this muscle to negotiate as a sector so that we can be able to move together in the event of any unforeseeable challenges in future. So we are here to walk the journey with you, you real estate stakeholders, and to deliver you quality products. I wish you all the best as a sector as you work towards restoring the confidence in the real estate sector. Asanteni sana and karibuni Family Bank.
Thank you so much. We are so happy for good words. Also, your utterance is so clear. I think that's why you are chosen as the CEO. Thank you so much. Tumpige makofi mengine mazuri. Oh, tuko live TV 47 na tuko kwa news. Mnataka nini? Ama kwanza unasema? Okay. Thank you so much. mutinage tuhaririria no raria na kariku mnaambia mutulie. Okay, ndio mwenda live. Asante sana. Mutikihurira ruhi mwakiona. Ningekimoshonora. Asante sana. Najua umerudi studio. Usikuje pande hii, enda na hapo nje kwanza tumalize. Kwa sababu mna tushika off guard. Tutawauliza wame kauma kama negotiator. Tuseme kwamba CEO Family Bank tumeshukuru sana, na sisi tuko tayari kama mtaweza kutusaidia, maana mkitupatia nafasi kama association, kuna watu wanahitaji pesa. Kwa hivyo hata nyinyi mkitupatia discount mzuri, na for your information, tuna sasa certificate of registration na hatujafungua hiyo account. Kwa hivyo mkitupatia ofa mzuri, tusikie watu wetu watasaidika, we shall open the account there. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio nataka niwahakikishie, kwa sababu tunataka kumalizia ndio tuweze kwenda break, tuweze kwenda kwa media hizo zingine tayari wamefanya setup, na dirake menya kuragithia atia guku na birthday. Si mwenye ako na birthday asimame. You oh da you now, oh da you now, oh dear matron, happy birthday to you.
Ni keki sio ugali.
Ni keki sio ugali. Ni keki sio ugali. Keki sio ugali. Kata keki sio ugali.
Kata keki. Kata keki sio ugali.
Murajigerera.
Kwenda uidokia misikie.
hii ni tamu. Kila mtu atanini. Na hii inakaa green out. You guys are the best.